guys ready to do some math? Yay. So we skipped this last night, of course, on purpose with the vote majority rule, just because we know brains get tired close to 9 o'clock. Don't forget, close to that time tomorrow night, you guys got a test to take. So if you can get a little bit of downtime in the afternoon, if that's possible, something to kind of clear your mind just a little bit, get ready for that test so we can get you through this. I knew I wanted to say something else and then I forgot what it was, but Michael just made a really good point. He said, for those that are just getting licensed, have them take their post licensing in winter when things are slower. Cause I mean, that's just the trend of real estate. We almost always historically tend to pick up about the springtime. So with that being said, if I may offer some follow-up advice, winter is also a good time to do your CE. Because if you wait till spring, if you wait till May and it gets away from you and you're busy working with buyers and sellers, and next thing you know, it's June 9th, calling Lane going, oh my God, what do I do? So to Michael's point, I think that's great advice. And I think that's good advice that you guys could continue for your CE. Did you guys have to do CE this year or no? Andrew did? Okay. All right. So next year, or whenever you guys start doing CE, Andrew, did you have to do it or did you just choose to do it your first year?
I actually got my license last year, so I had to do it this year.
Okay. Gotcha. So, and I mean, guys, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you guys. I did one of my CEs last Friday and I'm doing my next CE next Friday. So I'm knocking mine out in March, and I'm not going to lie. March is really late for me. Usually I'm doing my CE in like November, December, but nothing worked out for my schedule. So March it is, but I'm still well in before June, but I'm a little nervous. This is out of my realm. I'm like, oh no, what if something happens? But after next Friday, I should be good. Ryan's ready to do some math. All right. So by popular demand, here's our qualifying a buyer math. We're dealing with we need to discuss a couple different ratios. And we need to talk about what these ratios mean. Now, for the practice we're getting ready to do for your homework assignment, or not your homework, your practice problems, your practice problems and your test, we're going to play with the conventional loan numbers. So you guys will know the 2836. But there's also some numbers for FHA loans. Right now, they're 3143. Please know these are subject to change. With that being said, these are the only numbers that I've ever known them to be. So I'm not worried about them changing too often, too fast, but always want to make sure we're doing the current. So let's talk about what these numbers mean. And let's first start talking about the 28%. The 28% is your housing expenses. 28% is your housing expenses. The first number, so 28 in conventional, 31 in FHA. Your housing expenses consist of your PITI, your HOA dues if applicable, if it's in an HOA, and if you're a conventional loan with a loan to value ratio of 80% or more, then you would pay private mortgage insurance and your PMI would be part of your housing expenses. So when we talk about housing expenses is 28%, what the heck does this mean? So let's talk about pie. And let's pretend that this whole pie represents the borrower's monthly income. Hear me when I say monthly. When we qualify our buyer, we work with these numbers monthly. So the entire pie represents their monthly income. What the 28% means is that the lender, the buyer, will get loan approval if 28% of their monthly pie, monthly income, is allowed for housing expenses. So 28% of your monthly income can go towards your housing expenses, PITI, HOA, and PMI. If you go over the 28%, then you're not going to get loan approval. Maybe we need to find you a less expensive home, or maybe you put down some more money so you don't have as much PMI. Maybe you find something out of an HOA, right? But for some reason, those three numbers put you over the 28%. The second number then, or the 36%, looks at your housing expenses plus your reoccurring debt. So the housing expenses again, PITI, HOA, PMI. Reoccurring debt is your monthly car payment, student loans, if you're paying back your student loans, credit card bills, alimony, child support, medical bills. What do you sit down and pay every single month? That's considered your reoccurring debt. And again, what that 28% tells us, 36% tells us, if we think of pie, the pie being your monthly income, the borrower's monthly income, and what the lender says is of your monthly income, we can allow 36% for housing expenses plus reoccurring debt. Questions so far? In order for a buyer to qualify, they have to qualify under both ratios. If they qualify under one but not the other, they're not going to get loan approval. So in order to qualify, they got to qualify under both. And let's talk this through. Why do they care how much we allow for housing expenses and reoccurring debt? Well, look at this. Have we put gas in our car yet? Have we put food on the table yet? Have you gone out and bought that new pair of jeans that you had your eyes on? What if your water heater blows up next week? They have to kind of cap these expenses to allow you to still do the things in life that you need to do, like eat, pay your power bill, pay your internet bill, right? Those kinds of things. So the 28, the 36, we're going to do math with both of these numbers in two different ways, actually. But we need to make sure we understand what these numbers mean first. Questions? So there's two different maths that we could see with this. So the first math we could see is dealing with the borrower's maximum payment. In other words, how much housing expenses will the lender allow them to have? So when we're talking about maximum payment, there's a couple formulas. When we're looking at the 28%, to find the maximum payment, you just take the borrower's monthly income, times it by 28%. Their maximum payment is under that, we can get loan approval. When we're looking at the 36%, we're going to take the minimum of the monthly income times the 36%. But remember, we just said the maximum payment is the housing expenses. So in order to do a true side-by-side comparison, once we take the monthly income and times it by 36%, then we need to deduct the reoccurring expenses. We're taking the reoccurring debt out of it. So now we can compare maximum payment on the 28% and maximum payment on the 36%. Here's the deal with the lender. When it comes to these problems, I always think of opposite world. So when the question asks you for the maximum payment, the answer is going to be the lower of the two numbers. Let's put your lender hat on for a second. Let's pretend to be a lender just for 1 second. Which borrower or which housing expense is more risky to you? The cheaper one or the more expensive one? Which one's more riskier to you?
The more expensive.
The more expensive one, the higher one. So because of that, the lender wants the less risky buyer, the less risky borrower. So once they figure out their maximum payment, their loan approval is going to be based off the lower of the two numbers. It's opposite world, maximum payment. We want the lower of the two numbers, and the reason being because that's the less risky for the lender. Everybody see monthly, right? You know what these problems like to do? They're going to give you annual. We got to pay attention. So when they give you annual, what do? Divide by 12. Got to pay attention to that. Everybody have this jotted down? Any questions so far? We ready to jump in and do this? Doesn't this sound like fun? Ryan's ready to go. All right. All right, so you guys good? Everybody have this? Your formulas? Okay. All right. So let's go through a problem together, and then we'll the next piece. So Brian has annual income of $35,000 and his wife Margaret has annual income of $38,000. Recurring obligations are $700 per month. What is the maximum payment they can afford using the 28-36 ratios? So let's look first at our 28%. Well, actually, before we do that, I got annual incomes, don't I? So we need to break those down to monthly. So if I take Brian's annual income plus Margaret's annual income, I get an annual income of $73,000. We want monthly. So let's divide that by 12 and let's give them an annual income. I'm sorry, a monthly income of $60,000. $6,000. I'll get it. $6,083.33. We took Brian and Margaret's combined annual income. We divided by 12. Trying to shut my phone up. We divided by 12 to get monthly income. So now that we know their monthly income, the first thing we want to do is look at that 28 number. And the formula says we take our monthly income times 28%. So the monthly income times 28% gives us a maximum payment under the 28% ratio of $1,703.33. How much payment can they afford with this income on the 28%? $1,703.33. That's one ratio. The 36% ratio takes into account their housing expenses and their reoccurring debt. So again, using the 36 ratios, it's still the same borrower. So we still have the same income, right? That piece is going to be the same for both. This time we're going to look at the 36%. So that gives us 2,189. Actually, if I can round that a little bit, 6,083.9. So yeah, I get 2,189.9988. So I'm just going to round it to 2,190. Understand that 36% is housing expenses plus reoccurring debt. The problem's asking for the maximum payment. So in order to do a true side-by-side comparison from this income, we need to deduct that reoccurring debt. So now what we have is under the 28%, we have a maximum payment of $1,703.33. Under the 36%, I have a maximum payment of $1,490. Which one of these two ratios is Brian and Margaret going to get approved on?
The 1703, because it's maximum.
Anybody else want to venture a guess?
I would just guess the lower one because it's less riskier.
It's opposite world. It's less risky. So when we're asking for maximum payment, we want the lower of the two numbers. Because, Ryan, to make sure we're good, if you were the lender, which one, as Fred just said, is less risky for you? The borrower that has a payment of $1,700 or the borrower that has a payment of $1,490? So because they are asking for the maximum payment, and that's where these get confusing, I think. So we got to like retrain our brain to not see what we see, you know? So when we're looking for the maximum payment, the one that they're going to get qualified, the one that they're going to get approved on is the lesser of the two numbers, the smaller of the two numbers, which is going to be the 1490. Questions on maximum payment? We good? Got one more piece to look at, using with the same numbers. Can I erase? They have this? Okay. So this is the maximum payment. The other problem, the other thing that we could see is dealing with minimum income. Now just stop, don't look. Based on what we just learned, if we want the minimum income, do we want the higher of the two numbers or the lower of the two numbers? Minimum income, opposite world, we want the higher of the two. Which one is less risky to the lender? The one that makes more money or the one that makes less money? You guys with me? So when it's asking for minimum income, we're looking for the higher of the two numbers. So again, we got a couple formulas. The 28%, we're going to look at our housing expenses divided by 28%. We get to use a different key on a calculator. On the 36%, we need to add it all up. Our housing expenses plus our reoccurring debt. Divide that by 36%. Because these problems are dealing with income, now the lender needs to take all debt into consideration. So we're going to take our housing expenses plus our reoccurring debt, still working with monthly numbers, monthly income, monthly expenses. And the one that the borrower will get approved on is going to be the higher of the two numbers. The more money they make, the less risky they are to the lender. You guys have this? Okay. So I'm going to let you guys do this one. I can't have all the fun. So I'm going to let you guys do this one. And when you're done, I want you to tell me in a private chat so we know everybody's good. And of course, when you guys are finished, we'll take a look at it together. Read carefully. Tell me about Charles and Hannah. That's why we're here. You want to go through it? Okay. Let's see what we got. What do we do first when we see a problem? Any problem? Math problem? Question? What?
Read that thing
Just
3
read
times.
that thing 5 times. You don't have time for all that, maybe twice. But you know, my former boss, I remember, I'll never forget when I was in pre-licensing and I was going for my license, and she said, "Yeah, I got my license in 1976." And I said, "Yeah, well, I'm not going to tell you what year I was born." But she said, "I got my license in that." And she said she still remembers one formula that she learned from her pre-licensing instructor. And that formula she learned from her pre-licensing instructor was RDDP. Anybody know what that means? RDDP. Read the dang problem. That's the best formula right there. That's the best advice that she could offer us. Read the dang problem. All right, so let's talk about Charles and Hannah. Charles and Hannah want to buy a home with a PITI of $1,900 per month. PMI will be $60 per month. HOA dues are $600 per year. Recurring debt is $1,100 per month. What is the minimum monthly income needed to qualify using the 28-36% ratios? So first we need to find the housing expenses. Remember, our housing expenses consist of PI, PITI, HOA dues if applicable, and private mortgage insurance if applicable. Do Charles and Hannah have, of course they have a PITI. Do Charles and Hannah have HOA dues? Yep, so that's applicable. Do Charles and Hannah have PMI? Yep, so that's applicable. So all 3 of these are going to count towards their housing expenses. So we know we have a monthly PITI of $1,900. We have PMI of $60 per month. And then we have HOA dues of $600 per year. So if I know my annual HOA dues, I need to break those down to monthly by dividing by 12. So I got my PITI, my PMI, and then my monthly HOA dues. Once we find those, when I add all this up, I get housing expenses of $2,010. That includes their monthly PITI, their monthly PMI, and their monthly HOA dues. Questions so far on how I got these housing expenses, $2,010. I just saw a light bulb. I love it. So dealing with the first ratio, we take our $2,010. The first ratio is our 28%. So we take our housing expenses divided by 28%. So $2,010 divided by 28% gives us monthly income under the 28% of $7,178.57. In other words, in order for them to qualify for this property, this PITI, this HOA, this PMI, they need to at least make $7,178.57 a month. Questions on how we got that? The 36% looks at housing expenses plus reoccurring debt. So we've already determined that our housing expenses are $2,010. And to that, we need to add the reoccurring debt, which the problem tells us is $1,100 per month. So when we add those together, we get total housing expenses. Let's see, let's call this housing expenses plus debt. So we add their housing expenses, we add their debt, we get a total of $3,101. Good advice. So now that we know that, the next ratio is our 36%. So we divide our housing expenses and debt divided by 36%. And we get income of 38,000.89 under the 36% ratio. 28%, 36%. When we're looking for minimum monthly income, do I want the higher of the two numbers or the lower of the two numbers? You can show me higher or lower. Minimum monthly income, opposite world says we want the higher of the two numbers. Which one is less risky to the lender? The borrower that makes $7,000 a month or the borrower that makes $8,000 a month? Which one's less risky? The more money they make, the less risky they are. So under this problem, Hannah and Charles will qualify under the 36%, meaning in order to qualify for this loan, they need to at least make $8,638.89. What if they don't? What if they don't make this much? Well, hopefully a good lender will sit down and work with them. Maybe, I mean, obviously we find them a less expensive home, than their PITI would be less. But I'll tell you what hurts most people in this country is that reoccurring debt. So if you can't, the lender's going to say, well, they're not going to, but the obvious solutions here are make more money. Well, if it was that easy, right? Maybe the lender can work with them to get some of their debt paid down, help them with a plan on that. Again, maybe we can find them a less expensive home where their housing expenses, I mean, it's not over yet, but they just may not be able to get this home right now. Questions? My question to you guys, if you got it wrong, do you see where you went wrong? Yep. Good. I do got a little practice worksheet for you guys. I put that under the Campbell folder. So when you guys look at the online learning system, I put some practice capitalization rate problems, find that NOI. You're going to see that tomorrow night. You're going to see one of these tomorrow night as well. So I put qualifying a buyer math in the Campbell folder as well. And solutions are included. And just to sum up, everybody good? Can I erase? Everybody have it? So just to sum up, I leave you with like a nice little side-by-side comparison. Maybe sometimes this helps to see them side by side. If you want to take a picture, screenshot, or something so you can have these formulas. I tell you guys what, I'm in a really good mood tonight. Focus on the left. What questions can we answer on qualifying a buyer math? So 2 math problems tomorrow night, you guys. Capitalization rate, net operating income, qualifying a buyer. 2 homework assignments due tomorrow. Please don't forget. Do we remember when the deadline is? 4:30. Everybody good with that? So. I want to. I'm here. I want to, some of you may have seen this video, but this is just about wrapping us up on working with buyers. And we're kind of exploring some of the tools that the Real Estate Commission has to offer. Remember, I mean, a big part of this is to educate the public, but it provides us with some good education and resources as well. So we've looked at publications. If we look under resource, again, you can see there's just a whole plethora of stuff. Anything you're looking for real estate related, you might as well start here and see what you can find. I will say too, their search bar is pretty on point. Have you guys ever searched for something and they give you everything but what you're searching for? The commission site's pretty on point, as long as you're not too specific. You know, always start broad and work your way down. But particularly under resources, they have a video library. And there's various, you know, for brokers, applicants, consumers. But if we look at the videos for brokers, there's all sorts of good stuff here. How to renew your license. This is the like the 2-hour video on when they released the working with real estate agent disclosure, if you really want to watch that. Registering an assumed name. Do I need a trust account? How to affiliate. So just some good stuff in here. But the one in particular that I want to show you guys, and let me make sure I turn my sound on. Okay. There's working with real estate agent sellers, and there's working with real estate agent buyers. And again, we're under resource and video library. So I can let you guys go back later and look at the seller video if you choose. But what I want to look at is the buyer video, because as we discussed last night, buyers have more options when they want to work with us. I mean, they have the option to either hire us or not. We can still proceed with them if they don't want to hire us. It doesn't really work that way with the sellers, right? Sellers either yes or no, I'm either going to hire you or not, and then that's it. So buyers need to decide if they're going to proceed as my client or my customer. And then if it's a client, then we need to take that a step further and see if they want to, would they, you know, agree to dual agency. So there's just a little bit more involved with buyers, which is why I want to show this video. So we're going to watch this. And if it starts, if you guys
are you considering buying a house or other real estate? If so, you may want a real estate agent to guide you through the process. Here at the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, we want you to understand the different ways you can work with an agent when buying real estate and the services agents can provide. You have several choices about how a real estate firm and its agents will work with you. For example, you may want them to represent only you as a buyer agent, or you may be willing to allow them to represent both you and the seller at the same time as a dual agent. You might even prefer to be unrepresented and work directly with the seller's agent. Some brokers will offer you a choice of these services, and others may not. Whether you choose to work with a buyer agent, dual agent, or seller's agent, that agent must treat you honestly and fairly and tell you about any material facts that the agent knows about or should know about that could influence your decisions in the transaction. The Real Estate Commission has developed a disclosure form called Working with Real Estate Agents to help you understand the different kinds of agency relationships. The form emphasizes the importance of not sharing confidential information with an agent until you know the agent represents you. The Real Estate Commission requires every real estate agent to review this disclosure form with you and to ask you to sign it before receiving any confidential information from you or assisting with your purchase. The Working with Real Estate Agents disclosure is not a contract. Signing it does not obligate you to work with the agent who presented it to you. Your signature is just an acknowledgement that you've received the disclosure form. The Commission also publishes a brochure entitled Questions and Answers on Working with Real Estate Agents. Now, this brochure explains what a real estate agent's duties are. what services your agent will provide for you, and how the agent will be paid. You can download the brochure for free from the Commission's website at ncrec.gov. If you choose to have a buyer agent or firm represent you, they owe you certain duties. First, the firm and its agents must promote your best interest ahead of all others. They must be loyal to you, follow your lawful instructions, and give you information about the property that could influence your purchasing decisions. Your agent must also use reasonable skill, care, and diligence throughout the process and account for all money they receive on your behalf. Once you've agreed that a firm or agent will represent you, they may not give certain confidential information about you to the seller or the seller's agents without your permission. Confidential information includes your motivation for buying or your negotiating strategy. For this reason, don't tell the agent anything that you don't want a seller to know until you enter into an agreement to hire the agent. A buyer agent will help you find a suitable property, gather more information about properties you're interested in, prepare and submit an offer, order inspections, and prepare for closing. A buyer agent may be paid in different ways. Often, the agent will seek payment from the seller or listing firm first, but if the seller and listing firm refuse, then you may have to pay the buyer agent yourself. You and the agent will address the firm's fees in the written buyer agency agreement. So be sure to read and understand any agency agreement before you sign it, and make sure it includes any promises that the agent has made to you. You'll also be asked to indicate in the buyer agency agreement if the firm you're hiring would be allowed to participate in dual agency. Dual agency is when the firm that represents you also represents the seller at the same time. This is most likely to happen if your buyer agent's firm has a listing agreement with the owner of a property that you want to purchase. In a dual agency situation, the firm and its agents owe equal obligations to you and the seller rather than only representing your interests. Because of this, your agent may lose their ability to advise, counsel, or advocate for either party. In order to reduce the conflict of interest inherent in dual agency, some real estate firms may offer a type of dual agency called designated dual agency. And this is where one agent within the firm is designated to represent only you, and another agent within the firm is designated to represent only the seller. Neither agent should have confidential information about the other party at the time of designation. This type of dual agency allows you and the seller to be more fully represented because it allows your agent to advise you and to negotiate and advocate for you. For more information about the duties and responsibilities of real estate agents, visit the Commission's website at ncrec.gov and click on the Publications tab, or just give us a call.
What do we think? You were a consumer, you were a buyer, you think about buying a house. Did you find this video helpful? Would you find it, you'd find it helpful? Would it make you more apt to call an agent and try to get more information? You know, guys, this stuff is available. So feel free, if you're working with buyers or sellers, feel free to use this, you know, kind of get yourself started. Or again, use the video to help you put words in your mouths. But it does a very, very brief overview. I mean, they just took, I probably spend about, I don't know, 12, 16 hours on agency and free licensing, and they did it in 5. So, you know, obviously 5 minutes, obviously not as in depth, but I think it's a nice introduction for the consumer. Thoughts? I'm going to go off script for just a second. There's a form I want to make sure you guys are aware of. It's not mentioned in the syllabus, but I still like to bring it up in post licensing. Maybe your firm uses it. Maybe you've seen it before. Maybe you haven't. But I call this a fantastic form. And if you've never heard those two words together, you just did. This is the Professional Services Disclosure and Election Form. You guys familiar with this one yet? No, not yet. Oh, good. Y'all, this is our form. Yeah.
I heard of it with Miss Nancy, but I haven't had to use it yet.
This is our form. And this form helps protect us. So this is property address. This is the buyer or the seller. We can use it for whomever we're working with in the firm. And then what it does is it go through and it lists some services that we, your buyer or seller, may choose to use during the process. Seller, obviously, from day one to closing, buyer from contract to close. And the consumer is asked to waive or select each service. And if they select a service, who's going to order it? Are you going to order it? Are they responsible for ordering it? And then who's going to provide that service? So we go through waive, select, waive, select. This is kind of a pain if you're doing it electronically, right? Because you got to put in all those little initial boxes, but it's worth it. Here's our appraisal, attorney, home warranty, various inspections, home, HVAC, radon, insurance, property insurance, flood insurance, mortgage loan, survey, and then if you have anything else, you can fill it in. I like, well, so many reasons that I like this form. Here's a little note regarding radon. Again, it's another opportunity for us to have conversations, particularly with buyers, about the benefit of having it tested for radon. Here's a note regarding surveys. So if your buyer's not sure if they want a survey or if they don't think they do, then we have the opportunity to kind of discuss the importance of a survey and why they may want to consider it. Buyer, seller sign on the left, you and I sign on the right. There have been numerous of cases, complaints filed at the Real Estate Commission, where the buyer or seller says, my agent never told me to get a home inspection. Bust out this form, shows that the buyers waived the home inspection. My agent didn't tell me to do. You guys follow me here? There's been numerous of cases. Now, please understand, this form all by itself isn't going to get you out of trouble, because then the next question is going to be, well, did you have this conversation or did you just say initial here? But it is a great place for us to start off. Don't try to do this at the settlement table. It's kind of late at this point. When I'm using this form, I tend to use it as a working form, because if I'm working with buyers, buyers are the ones that select most services, but you may have sellers select a few things. But when I'm working with buyers, we go under contract. I probably know who the attorney is. We can put that in. I probably know who the mortgage lender is, right? But maybe I don't know yet if or who. Let's see, let's pick one. Maybe we don't know yet if they're going to get a home inspection. They haven't decided yet. So we can have them kind of fill in what we know now. And then once they decide, then we can come back. That's what I mean by working form. I touch it several times throughout the transaction. The point is that it all needs to be complete before we get to settlement, obviously, because all these services have already happened. Still document your conversations, still have those conversations about the importance of having a survey, right? Make sure they understand that. But if you have this in your documentation, you got a good leg to stand on. I had a teammate a couple years ago got a complaint. Cash buyers. She asked them if they wanted the appraisal because they were asking a whole bunch of questions about value. And she asked them if they wanted to order appraiser. And they were like, no, we don't want an appraisal. So she said, waive here, select, initial this. By the way, that whole conversation went down via text. This didn't even happen face to face. They bought the house. They felt they overpaid. They got upset. What's the first thing they did? Filed a complaint at the Real Estate Commission. My teammate got a letter of inquiry. She responded, agency agreement, disclosure, this form, her text communications with that client. And the next thing she heard back from the commission was, thank you for your cooperation. This matter's been closed. So understand this form is not enough. We still need to have a conversation when they say no appraiser or no home inspection. We still need to say, really? And make sure they understand the importance of what they're giving up. But goodness, this is a great place to start. A fantastic form. We don't get to say that often. Questions on this, thoughts?
Is that a good form to get filled out during the consultation, or is that kind of where you want to explain the sample form in the consult and then have it filled out later?
That's a great question, Ryan. And I would suggest the sample at the consultation. Both the listing agreement and the buyer's agency agreement have a place to check if we've given them a sample of this. But really the actual form that we're going to start using is, once like I said, once we get that buyer under contract. But to your point, we can have that conversation when we first meet them and provide the sample. And then can't they be thinking about the services that they may want to waive or select once we get them under contract? So I don't think it's ever too early to bring this up, to talk about this. Guys, my firm just recently added this as a required document. So in other words, if our agents don't turn this in, they don't get paid. It's such, again, the form itself isn't going to help you. The form just serves as backup to the conversations that you're having. Everybody good with that? Professional services, disclosure, and election. This is one of these that's always so hard to find. You may want the number. It's standard form 760. Is that what it says up top too? Yeah. So standard form 760, sometimes knowing the number makes it a little easier. And I'm not sure that that's 21. I don't remember if they updated it last year or not, but we get the idea. Good form. People are so quick to sue these days, aren't they? It seems like every time you turn the news on, there's another ridiculous guy suing Texas Pete because it wasn't made in Texas. What? Is that good? All right. Let's go ahead and take our first break. When we come back, I got some questions for you guys about working with buyers. And then we're going to start working as a dual agent. So let's take 10. Welcome back. So last night, we skipped the qualifying a buyer, math. Again, you know what, real quick, well, I'll show you guys in a minute. We can get some extra practice. And of course, if you guys have questions, tomorrow, just let me know. So now what we're gonna do, we're almost done with working with buyers. And so yeah, last night we did a qualifying, we skipped the qualifying a buyer math. But we did go ahead and talk about the different types of loans. So the conventional loan, FHA. Again, you guys remember, we're not lenders, but we do need a very basic understanding of financing and the loan material. We want, particularly with buyers, we want them to be their first point of contact. So, you know, we can answer very simple questions, for example, about the loan. But another big part of our role is knowing to stay in our lane. So having that relationship with the lender, you know, maybe your buyer has chosen to work with a lender that you don't know. I think it's worth, you know, reaching out and saying hi, because you two are working together for one common goal. You guys are working together to get this buyer in this home. So, you know, just having that relationship with the lender, being in communication. Obviously, over time, you guys will have your own preferred lenders. You'll have a list of people that you can send your buyers to. I tell you, there's nothing like having a couple lenders stored in your phone where you can shoot them a quick message and say, hey, this is Julie, can you help me out real quick? You know, so if you can give them business and form that relationship, they're definitely good people to know. For what it's worth, same thing with your home inspector, your lender, who else, you know, a couple of the other relationships you can have. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to ask you guys some questions. And I want you to tell me in a chat, this is that A, B, C, or D thing. So tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. So let's see, typical matters addressed in a buyer agency agreement. Buyer agency agreement include all the following except. We're going to talk about the type of property the buyer wants to buy. We're going to talk about that we can't, whether or not we can disclose their information. We've got to talk about our commission. We have got to talk about our compensation. Please always remember our agency agreements are employment contracts. And any good employment contract has got to discuss how we're going to get paid. And particularly with our buyer's agency agreement, it says, I will always ask the seller to pay me first. But if they can't or won't, then you're up. And that's what we need to let our buyers know. So what we're not going to find in an agency agreement, this is the except one, is our requirement to disclose the term of our buyer's offer. Remember, I cannot disclose the term of an offer without the offeror's permission. The offeror being, in this case, the buyer, the person giving the offer. Questions on this one? These are tricky. It's like, it's It's right because it's wrong. If we want to think about it that way. Yeah, that's that tricky word there, isn't it? Okay, let's try another one. Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Okay, so this one says when a buyer's agent has an opportunity to work with a limited listing broker, the buyer's agent, yeah, we got this one, should boycott those listings. No, I'm just kidding. We cannot boycott any kind of listing. If your buyer wants to see it, that's what they're hiring us for. So we can't try to point them in the direction of, you know, I'm only going to show you my firm's listings, or I'm only going to show you a listing that offers to pay me X% commission, right? If a buyer wants to see it, then we need for sale by owner. If they want to see it, then we need to show it to them. That's why they hire us. So we can't boycott them. We're not acting as a dual agent because please remember the limited service firm is a firm that the seller hired. The seller, I'm sorry, the limited service firm still owes that seller old car. They discuss compensation. So what we're looking here is just be clear about the expected compensation arrangements before entering into a transaction. Again, anytime you see a listing in MLS, if they're not offering what your firm expects to collect when working with a buyer, then the buyer makes up the difference. Y'all remember that 0.5% I saw? My buyer would have been expected to make up the difference. Questions on this one? Let's do another one. Ryan, your camera's not on. Did you know that? Let's see, I hear from everybody. Okay. Buyer's agent must. That's our key word in this one. What must a buyer's agent do? We need to make sure that that buyer is properly qualified before we start working with them. If you can do a quick qualifying the buyer, maybe your lender's not available or their lender's not available. We know how to do a quick qualifying. But ideally, we're getting them to a lender, making sure they can afford homes before you guys start showing a property. Y'all hear me. Buyers will call you and say, this is how much house I can afford. This is how much I'm willing to pay. And you're going to say, have you talked to a lender? They're like, no, but I just know. Don't take it on their word. They don't know. Please, you guys. Are we glad C's not true? Could you imagine if we had some kind of commitment that we had to show? Now, some buyers are going to show 20 houses too. Some buyers are going to show more than that too. But we have no commitment, and then guarantee the contract price represents a good investment for the buyer. That's for the buyer to decide if they're buying a good investment. Remember, value is in the eyes of the beholder. So if the buyer feels like it's a good investment, then that's on them. Sex offenders, that's a material fact or not a material fact. We don't have to disclose that. Questions on this one? I don't know why these are all lumped together at the end instead of spaced throughout, but okay, here's another one. Okay, so regarding oral buyer agency, which of the following is false? Again, we're looking for the right. It's false. So it's wrong. It's right because it's wrong. And which one is false? Can oral agreements be exclusive? No. No, an oral agreement is non-exclusive. Remember that word, you guys, that word exclusivity means a whole lot. And we cannot demand that the buyer only date us, one firm, under an oral agreement. We can only demand exclusivity in a written agreement. Questions? Okay. Moving right along, the next little section we have is working as a dual agent. Remember, we talk about dual agency in the listing agreement. We talk about dual agency in the buyer's agency agreement. We need both parties' consent in order to proceed with dual agency. If the seller says yes and the buyer says no, can we proceed as a dual agent? No, we need both. So we got to have both parties in agreement. And again, it's all spelled out in the forms, but I'm telling you right now, buyers and sellers are not reading those forms. So we're going to be familiar so we can explain it to them. So let's call this dual agency 101. The simplest breakdown of dual agency I can give you is one company or one firm. In other words, it's an in-house. In-house meaning both buyer and seller are represented by the same firm. What if your firm has multiple locations? What if you have an office in Greensboro and an office in Burlington? Aren't you still the same firm? So you may not know this agent that you're in dual agency with. You may not be in the same location. When it comes to dual agency, you need to look towards the firm, because that's what the firm, the company. One transaction, meaning that the seller is selling 123 Main Street and the buyer is buying 123 Main Street. Same transaction. Two clients, both buyer and seller, have hired the same firm. Maybe dual agency is one agent, maybe it's two. You can have one agent, a single agent, dual agency. You may also have two agents, dual agents, one working with the buyer, one working with the seller. But remember, with dual agency, I gotta shut this curtain, it's in my eyeball. Remember, with dual agency, the firm, still in my eyeball, and all the agents are straddling the wall. And let's call this the dual agency wall. On one side of the wall, you got the buyer. On the other side of the wall, you have the seller. So the firm and all the agents in the firm in dual agency are straddling the wall. The buyer and seller don't have anybody with them, do they? The buyer and the seller don't have an agent with them on the side of the wall, because we all owe that duty. We all owe that to this buyer or seller. Even though we are in a dual or maybe in a dual agency situation, this does not give us a golden ticket to run around and blab buyers and sellers confidential information. Even though I'm in dual agency, this doesn't give me the opportunity to tell the seller how high the buyer is willing to go. Even though we're in dual agency, this doesn't give me the opportunity to tell the buyer why the seller is selling. You guys with me? All that confidential stuff needs to remain confidential. So dual agency, simplest breakdown I can offer you with a picture. So we got the firm and all the agents straddling the wall. We need disclosure and consent of dual agency. They actually say, and we'll probably see it in the next slide, but it's embedded in my brain. In order to be in dual agency, we have to have informed written consent. What does that word informed mean to you?
It needs to be explained to them.
Yeah, thank you. Michael's gonna say the same thing. Thank you, guys. What that means is I can't look at my seller and say, we're gonna do dual initial here. I can't look at my buyer and say, we're gonna do dual, just sign here, it'll be fine. You don't need to worry about it. Informs, which means we need to have a conversation. We need to let them know what they're giving up and what that's gonna look like if they do agree to do this. Quite frankly, in dual agency, the biggest thing that we have to give up is our advocacy. Once we're in dual agent, we're straddling that wall. There's no advice that I can give one party that won't harm the other. And if I tell, for example, if I tell my buyer to get a home inspection, Julie, should I get a home inspection? Well, of course you should. I've just harmed my firm's seller. Is my firm happy with me? Probably not. And that's what we mean by advocacy. Are any of you guys football fans? I love my dual agency football analogy. A few of you? Okay. So if we're watching a football game, even if you're not a football fan, I'm sure you've seen at least one Super Bowl in your life. So if we're watching a football game, and when we're watching that football game, isn't it very clear that there are two teams on the field? You may not know anything else, but there's two teams on the field. So if we use that as our analogy, we can have one team as the seller and one team as the buyer. So they're both playing each other, trying to get through this transaction. Prior to being in dual agency, forget about dual agency for a second. When those teams are exclusively represented by us, we're acting as the coach. We're standing there on the sideline saying, make this offer and get the home inspection. And right, we're shouting advice off to them from the sides. That's what it means to have that exclusive representation. If they say yes to dual, they lose that exclusivity. We can no longer exclusively represent one party over the other because us and everybody else in our firm is straddling the wall. So when they say yes to dual, their roles stay the same. They're still selling and buying. It's our role that changes. And when we get into dual agency, we stop being the coach and we start being the referee. Is the referee still involved in the game? Sure. Is the referee an important part of the game? Absolutely. Is the referee giving advice? Is the referee telling the quarterback which play to make next? Unless it's the Patriots, right? But for the most part, the referee is just back there making sure that everybody makes it through the game. And that's where our role is as a dual agent. We stop being the coach. We stop being on the sidelines shouting advice. We play the role of the referee where we just making sure that everybody gets through the game as they should. So we got to have that informed consent, which again, I'm pretty sure we'll see. It's got to be in writing. We can, if you're working with a buyer under an oral agreement, We can have an agreement for oral dual agency with the buyer, understanding that we do have to get that in writing before we're ready to present the offer on their behalf. If the buyer is in writing, then we have to have in writing yes or no to dual. If it's oral, we can have that oral agreement until we're ready to present the offer. So when we're authorizing dual agency, we need advance consent by both buyer or seller. Guys, what do we mean by advance consent? After they make an offer and a contract has been formed? That's kind of late, isn't it? When we talk about advance consent, I mean like before you show the property. I need permission from the seller and the buyer to get them in the front door. Because if the seller has said no to dual, can I even show my buyer that house? No. If they've said no to dual, what they've said no to is no agent in this firm can bring their buyer client. Can we bring our buyer customer? Buyer customer. Yeah, because dual agency is how many clients? 2 clients. So we can have a buyer customer and a seller client. What we're saying no to is the buyer client. Same thing on the buyer side. If they say no to dual agency, then what they're saying no to is we don't want to see anything that your firm has listed. So we're having these conversations up front. Don't fear if they say no, and then later on, we might have an opportunity to present it to them again. Things change. So I think what's important that we understand in these kind of 3 situations, if we have consent by one party, maybe the seller has said no, but the buyer has said yes. And now the buyer wants to see this property. Can we not go back to the seller and readdress it? Can we say, look, I know you said no to dual, but we got somebody that's interested in seeing your home. And if you want to consider changing your mind, we can edit, we can amend the listing agreement. Same thing on the buyer side. So it's not over yet. Maybe we could get them to change their mind. If the agreement is in writing, the only way they can change their mind is in writing. If it's an oral buyer, then they can change their mind orally. And then if we have no advance consent, then obviously we cannot proceed as a dual agency. So the only way we can proceed is if I have 2 yeses. Yes from the seller, yes from the buyer. Our duties as a dual agent, we need to be careful. Again, this doesn't give us a golden ticket to run up down the street kind of blabbing everybody's confidential information. We always have a duty to disclose material facts, doesn't matter who we're working with. So these limiting disclosures covered in both that Q&A brochure and the working with real estate agents, covered in the listing agreement. And remember what we're limiting. I can't be loyal to both parties, as equally loyal to both parties. And we're also limiting that reasonable skill, care, and diligence. I'm still helping them get through the transactions. I'm filling in the blanks of the form. I'm presenting the offer. I'm still doing my job. Again, the big thing that goes away from me is that advocacy. If both parties agree to dual, we may have the opportunity to take dual agency a step further. And if the firm allows it, we might be able to offer designated dual agency. Please understand, designated dual agency is optional. Not all firms have to offer it. If the firm is going to offer it, then they need to have something in their company policy about how they're going to handle it, how they're going to designate. I think this is hard for us, you guys as new agents, because I think we can all agree that designated is much better for the client than dual is. And so we want to automatically offer designated because that's what's best for them. But slow down. It's not automatic. It doesn't just happen. It's optional. And it's because we have something in our firm's policy saying that we can do it. So what happens in designated dual agency? Let's look at our wall again. So same wall as before. You got the firm and all the agents in the firm straddling the wall. You got the buyer over here by himself, the seller over here by herself. This is dual agency. If both parties agree to designate it, what happens is the broker in charge will, or whoever's appointed, will have a conversation with an agent, and they will ask that agent, do you know something about my seller that could harm them in this transaction? And if that agent says, no, I don't, then the broker in charge will kick them off the wall, and they'll kick them over there to hang out with the buyer. They've been designated. They have exclusively representing that buyer. Then the broker in charge will go to a different agent. Designated is always two agents. They will go to a different agent and ask them, do you know anything about my buyer that can harm them in this transaction? Anything confidential, price, term, or motive? The agent says no. So the broker in charge kicks them off the wall to work exclusively with the seller. In designated dual agency, exclusivity comes back. Let's go back to our football analogy. We were working with buyer and seller. We were exclusive. We were the coach. Buyer and seller are now interested in the same property. My role changes. I become the referee. Parties say yes to designated. My role changes once again. I went from the coach to the referee. Now I'm going to go, one agent is going to go from being the referee back to the coach. Advocacy comes back, exclusivity comes back. Guys, these two agents, because they've been designated, these two agents might as well proceed as if they were with two different firms. So now, can the buyer's agent tell the buyer to get a home inspection? You should get a home inspection, get a radon inspection, get a survey, get all this stuff that we might find wrong with the home. You cannot be designated if you have received prior confidential information about the other side. So what if this agent that's been kicked off, the broker's about to kick them off, the BIC's about to kick them off the wall, and they say, do you know something about my buyer that can harm them in this transaction? And that agent says, well, yeah, I mean, our kids play soccer together and we're PTA and we go to the same church. Could it stand to reason that that agent knows something about why the buyer's buying or what, something, anything? Because they know something, maybe it's related to the transaction, maybe it's personal, doesn't matter. Because they know anything about that buyer, this agent cannot be designated. This agent cannot be designated to exclusively work with the seller. What happens in this case is now the broker in charge needs to go to a different agent in the firm until they can find somebody that doesn't know anything confidential about the buyer. Maybe they'll try to get this agent a referral fee, right? Because they've probably been doing a little bit of work. That's up to your BIC and firm policy. That's not the point of this. The point is that you cannot be designated if you receive prior confidential information about the other side. Guys, be very careful what you say in your offices. Technically, in dual agency, we can talk amongst ourselves about our buyers and sellers. Because in dual agency, we're all straddling that wall, right? We all have equal loyalty to both parties. So technically, we can run around the office talking about our buyers and sellers. However, most firms probably won't allow that. Because if we walk around the office sharing everything about our buyers and sellers, we've eliminated our possibility to be designated. Let's say you guys all work for the same firm and you go to sales meeting Tuesday morning and your broker in charge is, anybody have anything new? Anybody have new listings coming up? and you raise your hand and you say, yeah, I got a new listing coming this week, and it's a ranch, 3-bed, 2-bath, it's got a garage, it's in this subdivision, we're gonna list it for. Did you learn anything about that seller that could harm them in that transaction? You learned the number of bedrooms, what type of home it was, it's got a garage. Is that anything that could harm the seller? Is that anything confidential about the seller? No. We can talk about the property all day long, right? But let's say you keep going because your broker in charge isn't paying attention to you and you're just babbling away. And you keep going, you say, yeah, this seller, man, they're going through a nasty divorce and they just need to be done with each other. And the sooner they can get away from each other, the better. Did you just learn something about the seller in this transaction? Yeah, guess what? Your coworker, because of them, you cannot be designated. I tend to call it water cooler gossip. And I tell you, when it starts, I walk away from it because I don't want to be involved in it for one, but I don't want to ruin my opportunity being designated. So exclusivity comes back. Both parties are happy. Always keep in mind, designated is a form of dual. Once those agents are kicked off the wall, the firm and the rest of the agents are still in dual agency. Nobody else is kicked off the wall, just one to work with the buyer and a different one to work with the seller. Once they've been kicked off the wall, like I said, they might as well proceed as if they're two different firms. They can offer advice, keep secrets. They can do anything that you would normally do as a buyer's agent or a seller's agent. Let's see, in order to be designated, we can't know any information, confidential information. Guys, once you're designated though, once you've been kicked off the wall, and then you learn something about the other side, where's your loyalty?
My client.
To your client. So you've been kicked off the wall, Ryan, to work with the buyer, and then you learn something about the seller. You learn about this seller's nasty divorce. As a designated dual agency, do you owe that to your buyer client to share that with them? Absolutely. That's what we mean to be designated. That's what we mean to bring exclusivity back. That's what we mean when we say these two might as well proceed as if they were with two different firms. Designated is always two agents, never one. One agent's working exclusively with the seller, different one working exclusively with the buyer. Can't be designated if you receive that confidential information. This one, I always say this one's like the biggest problem topic in pre-licensing. So let's see how we do in post. The broker in charge cannot be designated opposite of a provisional broker. Let's talk about this. As a provisional broker, your broker in charge is supervising you, right? They've told the real estate commission that they're going to take you under their wing and they're going to guide you. They're going to make sure you've got this. Isn't the broker in charge's job to make sure that the provisional broker gets off to a good start, that they do things right? Because of the nature of their relationship, there's a really good reason, there's a really good chance that the broker in charge knows something confidential about the provisional broker's client. The broker in charge probably prepped the provisional broker for the listing appointment or the buyer consultation if they didn't go with them. If they go with you to the listing appointment, aren't they going to learn something about your seller? They later bring the buyer. If they prep you, maybe they don't go, but they prep you. And then afterwards, they have a follow-up and they say, how did it go? And you start telling them everything that your seller told you. Did they just learn something about your seller? Because of the very nature of their relationship, the broker in charge and the provisional broker can never be designated opposite of each other. They can be in dual, because dual agency is not one or two agents. Dual agency is the firm and all the agents in the firm. Questions? Okay, so I got questions for you. You guys are gonna learn soon enough. You're gonna ask me a question, I'm gonna ask you a question. You ready? A, B, C, or D? Okay, so let's see what we got. Which of the following statements is correct about dual agency? So let's walk through the different scenarios in dual agency. Roman numeral number 1, dual agency can occur within one firm if a broker shows his buyer client his own listing. So Roman numeral 1, how many firms do we have? How many firms? One firm. How many transactions do we have? Transactions. They're showing the buyer their own listing. I have 123 Main Street listed, and now I'm showing 123 Main Street. How many transactions? One transaction. 123 Main Street. How many clients? How many clients? We have 2 clients. It's my listing. Can I call it my listing if I don't have an agency agreement? Well, I mean, I can, but should I? In order to call it my listing, I got to have an, right? So I got the seller client, then I have a buyer client. So what do we think? Shake your head. Would Roman numeral 1 fall under what we know about dual agency? One firm, one transaction, 2 clients. Right? Everybody with me? So we're good. Roman numeral 1. Now let's talk about Roman numeral 2. Dual agency can occur within one firm if a broker's buyer client becomes interested in a property listing by the firm. How many firms? One firm. How many transactions? One transaction. How many clients? 2 clients. A buyer client becomes interested in a property listing by the firm. The sellers hired you, thus they are your client. I can't list their home if they don't hire me. Remember, with the sellers, with the owners, I cannot perform a single service for an owner of a property without having an agency agreement. So when you see something like my listing or my own listing, they've had to have hired you. If it's somebody else's listing, dual agency isn't going to happen. If it's your listing and somebody else's buyer. Questions on this one?
Yeah, when I was looking at that one, I was kind of thinking of it as more of like, I don't know, I just wasn't thinking about it like the way you put it was good.
Good.
I was thinking
Good.
about like getting written consent before showing the property, and that's where my train of thought was.
Yep. Yeah. Remember, we can only work with a buyer under an oral agreement, right? Sellers, I can't do a single thing until they sign that agency agreement. So before as soon as they say, we pick you, we want you to be your agent, you need to say, sign here, initial here, date here, right? Because that's the very next thing you need to do. Thank you, Ryan, for sharing that. Other questions or comments? Okay, let's try another one. Okay. Per license law and commission rule, which of the following is our true regarding designated dual agency? So again, the way I like to handle these, and I don't think you'll see these, but again, the way I like to handle them is kind of break them down and ask myself, is Roman numeral 1 true or false? Is Roman numeral 2 true or false? So the BIC cannot be a designated agent. What do we think? Can they be a designated agent? Can the BIC be a designated agent? Sure. There's only 2 caveats. They can't be designated against a provisional broker, and they can't be designated if they have confidential information about the other side. So as long as the firm's policy allows the BIC, I mean, let's just assume first that the BIC's doing sales. Some firms don't let their BICs do sales. They just make them be BICs, right? Some firms allow their BIC to sell. So let's assuming that the BIC can sell, some BICs and some firms may choose not to be designated. Because again, if the BIC's doing their job right, don't they know something about the other side? So what we're saying here is they cannot be, well, that's not true. They can be a designated agent as long as they're not designated opposite their PB and they don't have prior confidential information. So we decided A was false. An agent cannot be appointed as a designated agent if they have received prior confidential information about the other party of the transaction. What do we think about that? Yay or nay? Yay, head bobs. So that leaves us with B. I think the more common scenario of dual agency, you have a listing, you're working with the seller, you have their house for sale, and a buyer becomes interested. Maybe they come to your open house, maybe they call you off of your yard sign, doesn't matter. I think that's the more common scenario, and I think that's the one that we tend to think of when we think of dual agency. But what about another scenario? Guys, the seller doesn't always come first. What if you're working with a buyer as a buyer client, and you've been with them for like 2 months, 3 months, and all of a sudden one day, somebody in your firm brings on a new listing. And now your buyer is interested in that listing. Didn't the buyer come first in that scenario? So I think we tend to think, oh, well, the seller comes first and then they find the buyer. But you could be with a buyer and then a listing comes on board. You're still in dual agency. All we need for dual agency is one firm, one transaction, 2 clients. It doesn't matter in what order that happens. I had buyers once. I think that the general public, I think the perception about dual agency is it's about the individual agent. I think the public doesn't realize it's about the whole firm. I had buyers one time and they were looking in Summerfield, Oak Ridge area. And of course, we were having a conversation about dual agency. And they were like, no, 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 we don't like that. We want you. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but dual agency is the firm. I didn't really press it because at that time, my firm didn't have anything listed in the area that they were looking at. So I heard what they were saying, but it wasn't really an issue right now. I introduced it, I discussed it, I did what I was supposed to do, but there was no chance it was going to happen unless they changed their geographical area or somebody in my firm listed something that they would be interested in. Turns out we went through the whole transaction and never had to bring it up again. But if my firm did list something in Summerfield that they went, oh man, can we see that? Then I would have to revisit that with them. They'd already said no, but now something's on the market that they're interested in. Again, my point is we can always revisit it. We can always address it again. Let's say you are a listing agent and it's a buyer's market. That pendulum has swung back and now we're in a buyer's market. And you're the listing agent and you're signing the listing agreement. And you go over to the agency and your seller says, no, I don't like the sound of that. I don't want to do it. Okay. That means that no buyer in my firm, no buyer client in my firm can see your listing. Yeah, that's fine. It's a buyer's market. Things are happening slow. You're on the market 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 8 months, 8.5 months. And all of a sudden, 9 months into it, there's an agent from your firm that wants to bring their buyer client. You going to revisit that with your seller? Yeah. Do you think your seller might be a little bit more apt to change their mind? I don't know. But again, it's worth it to revisit it sometimes because, again, I don't think the public fully grasps it. And so I think discussing it with each kind of different scenario, does that make sense? I know you said no to this, but now you're telling me that you really want to see this house or you really want my buyer client to see this house. I need you to change your mind. Again, if they've said no in writing, the only acceptable change is in writing. If the buyer says yes or no orally, we can always get that change orally and then put it in writing before we present the offer. Questions? Okay, let's take 10. We're back.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. What thoughts do we have on dual agency, designated dual agency?
For me, I think designated is always a lot more clear on the questions than the just regular dual.
Because with dual, I think the trick to dual, Ryan, is you can't think about you, the individual agent. You got to think about the firm. And I think that's the easy thing. Well, you know, am I working with the buyer or the seller? But with dual agency, we're kind of all in this together. You know, it's an all or nothing. And particularly because let's say back to our scenario earlier, where you have a firm that has two locations, one in Greensboro, one in Burlington. And you're the Greensboro agent with a seller and the Burlington agent with the buyer. You haven't even met this person yet. You guys haven't had your annual sales rally yet. You hadn't had a chance to meet the other agents in the Burlington office. So now you are acting equally and fairly with somebody that you don't even know. You can look them up online and see their picture, but that's, you know, about as much. So I think that's kind of where the disconnect is because it seems so far away. But again, anytime you talk about agency and who we represent, you always need to look towards the firm. There's your answer right there. Shoot, there's agents, there's firms. Office locations have 400 agents in it. So you may be in dual agency with an agent that you've never even met. But it's still the firm that's in that relationship. There are some people out there that think one day dual agency is going to go away and all it's going to be is designated in North Carolina. Doesn't that sound like the easy solution? But what about the sole practitioner? How many people in a sole practitioner firm? Just one. Do they have any possibility for designated dual agency? There's no way. So I don't know how these people say that dual can go away unless they eliminate sole practitioners, unless they eliminate one-man firms. And I don't think they can do that. So I think we're always going to have dual. I mean, even if you're a small firm, you know, what if it's just the 7 of us in a firm and we do everything together? We go to the office every day and we go to lunch every day and we, you know, go to listing appointments together and we go to buyers consultations together and showings and open houses. And we're just one big happy family, the 7 of us. Could we ever be in an opportunity to be designated? No, because we're always together doing the same thing, right? So we know each other's business. We know each other's clients. Yeah.
As far as the sole proprietor concept there, I was just thinking about it. They might, the commission might say, well, hey, if you end up with a buyer on a listing, you have to refer out. So they're going to force a referral or force the sole proprietor not to be a sole proprietor to have somebody else working with them.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, to your point, Michael, they'd have to do something, right? They couldn't just say, everybody do designated, because then what's that sole practitioner do? Remember, guys, there are firms that are single agency firms. So they work with only sellers or only buyers, never both. And certainly never both in the same transaction. So they're never running into dual agency, not alone, never running into designated dual agency. So I think there's some, and I don't know where these people get what they say and why they think the commission's thinking about this. They never call me and ask me what I think, you know, so I don't know where that comes from, but I don't think it can go away. I just don't see how dual agency can just disappear. I'll share this with you guys. There was another instructor that said he was teaching CE. And he was teaching the BIC-UP. So it was the broker in charge update. You got the general update and then the BIC-UP, the broker in charge update. So he's sitting in a room with a bunch of BICs. And he said, how many of your firms offer designated dual agency? And, you know, a handful of hands went up, and he picked one random out of the crowd. And he said, he said, how many agents are you in your firm? May I ask? And she said, oh, it's just me. And he said, and you practice designated? Uh-huh, sure do. So, you know, it's kind of hard for us to get it, right? When our BICs, some of our BICs do. I certainly don't want to make that this conception. But I think there are so many agents out there that struggle with agency in general, particularly dual and designated. Obviously, that hurts the client. If we don't know, how do we expect them to know? You know? So you guys make sure you are looking at that Q&A brochure. Make sure you're looking at both your listing agreement and your buyer's agency agreement. It spells it out right there. What does dual look for the seller or buyer? What does dual look like for us? And how does that work? All the literature you need to understand and be able to explain it is right there. So just make sure you're taking advantage of that. Any final thoughts? Okay. We're going to switch gears again. Let's talk about property management. Anybody going into or thinking about property management? Maybe residential, maybe commercial. Fred's going in that direction. Good. Ryan, Andrew says maybe, kind of, maybe. Maybe I think about dabbling. Ryan, did I see your head bob? No, okay. Teresa, is that a thumbs up? You're upside down. Is that a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Thumbs down. Okay, thumbs down. Okay. So property management is kind of a different beast. So this little section covers that. Please understand this section may refer to property management for residential transactions. It may also refer to property management for commercial transactions. So when it comes to being a property manager, there is no differentiation between whether or not you're doing residential or commercial. I know some firms that do property management only. I know some firms that do property management and sales. So they have the opportunity. As a matter of fact, the one gentleman here in Winston that's pretty well known for doing property management, he does both property management and sales. And every once in a while, when one of the properties he's been managing comes, when that investor owner is done, then of course they can just turn right to him to list and sell that investment property. So it's kind of a really nice thing he has going on. But understanding the property manager is working with the investor owner. To this client, the owner is an investor. Maybe he has one investment property, maybe he has 35, right? But he's hired this property management to help him manage or her manage their properties. So the property management agreement, our license allows us to do any kind of real estate with any type of property, as long as the property is located in the state of North Carolina. You guys may have noticed we don't have a separate classification if you're going to do residential sales or property management. A North Carolina real estate license is a North Carolina real estate license is a North Carolina real estate license. So any one of you could wake up tomorrow and decide you want to do property management. Your license allows you to. How much time did you guys spend in pre-licensing on property management? I think I blow through it an hour and a half with a break. Does that sound about right? There's not that much more to say, about property management. So, and to be fair, as with any type of real estate that you choose to go into, there is additional training and education required, but particularly with property management, because we don't spend a lot of time with it. You guys know pre-licensing is heavy on residential sales. I think I say the word commercial property like twice. And like I said, we get that little property management unit, and that's about it. So for those of you that are considering property management, definitely want to make sure you get further training and education. I do know, for example, if you're interested in learning more about it, I do know that they offer property management centered CE classes. So you could do two birds, one stone here, right? You can knock out your CE and learn more about property management. Go to the Real Estate Commission's website, and under the education tab, you can search the CE schedule. So you can find out the various elective topics. I think there's even a property management gen up, if I'm not mistaken. Please don't hold me to that. But I do know there's some good elective classes out there. So Fred, if that's where you're wanting to go, Andrew, you guys may want to check that out just to get a little bit more knowledge. I also know the North Carolina Association of Realtors, NCAR, did you guys know they offer training and education opportunities as well? And probably every 3-4 months, they have a property management basics class. So if you're interested in learning more, those would be good places to start. Since the property manager is licensed, license law and commission rule applies. Guys, they follow the same rules that we do. Again, a license in North Carolina is a license in North Carolina is a license in North Carolina. The commission is not going to dictate what you do with your license. They're going to assume that you know to get further training, whatever avenue you go. You may or may not remember when we talk about licensing requirement in North Carolina and who needs a license. And we say those that need a license are anybody that agrees to list, lease, buy, exchange, LL Beans, list, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, and sell. They're involved in the transfer of real property for others for compensation. And when we're talking about property management, the LL Beans activity that we're specifically stating is to lease or manage. So if you want to manage a property for others for compensation, then you have to have an active real estate license. Let's talk about this. For others means your name is not on the deed. If your name's on the deed, you don't need a license, right? Because you're not doing it for others. Who are you doing it for? You're doing it for yourself. This would be our for rent by owner, or our FRBO, if you will. The third piece of this, manage for others for compensation. And honestly, I think this third piece is very misleading, because when we tend to think of compensation, we think of what? Money, 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 right? But guess what? Compensation can be anything of value. Is managing your property in exchange for free rent? Is free rent something of value? Is that a form of compensation? You better believe it. Is managing your property in exchange for, I don't know, lunch for the next 4 weeks? Is that something of value? Man, lunch has gone up, isn't it? Lunch isn't as cheap as it used to be. You guys been to McDonald's lately? My goodness, you know? So when we talk about compensation, you guys, it's not just money. It's something of value. You are doing work for somebody else in exchange for something of value. And in North Carolina, in order to have a license, all three of these activities are required. So if you're managing somebody else's property for free without any compensation whatsoever, do you need a license? No, I wouldn't do that. Call me if you're thinking about working for free. We work way too hard for our money. But if you're going to do it for free, if you're not receiving anything of value, then a license isn't required. So it's so important that we understand these three things. What if what if my parents owned a duplex? And they say, Julie, we'll let you live in that duplex in one of the units for free. And in exchange, you rent the other unit for us. You handle everything. Would I need a license to do that? But they're my parents. Are you kidding me? Would I need a license to do that? They're still others. Unless your name is on the deed, they're others. Now, could my name be on that deed one day? I guess it depends on siblings and heirs and all that good stuff, right? But could it happen? Possibly, but until then, I'm doing it for others. Everybody with me? We can't do it as a favor in exchange for something without, without having a license. So all three are going to be required. Property managers often have unlicensed employees that help them. Has anybody ever been to some of these large apartment complex and you think you're going to rent an apartment and the person in the office takes you out in the golf cart and shows you around the office complex or the apartment complex and shows you the available apartments for sale? Has anybody else ever had that experience on the golf cart? Yeah, it's fun. That person that had you in the golf cart that was showing off the apartment complex and the available units more than likely did not have a license. Unlicensed employees can show property for rent. They cannot show property for sale. So if you're in the sales part of it, you have an unlicensed employee, there's lots they can do to help you. But one thing they can't do is show your property for sale. But the property management can have their unlicensed employee show properties for rent. They can do other stuff too. They can do data entry, they can answer the phone, they can answer basic questions. Things that they can't do are negotiate the terms of the lease. Negotiating is up to the broker, the property manager. The unlicensed employee, they're allowed to fill in the blanks of the lease, but that information that they're putting in was provided to them by the property manager. I'm handing you stuff on a napkin and saying, will you fill this in on the lease? You guys with me? It's data entry only. They're not negotiating the terms. They're not coming up with the terms. The property manager is responsible for their unlicensed employee. Remember, the North Carolina Real Estate Commission can only discipline licensees. So if you're not licensed, the commission can't touch you. So if that unlicensed employee goes out of their, steps out of their area, then the property manager is going to be the one on the hook, because the commission is going to say you should have overseen them, you should have been responsible for their actions. So it's really important anytime, I don't care where you are, sales or property management, if you ever want an unlicensed employee, make sure that your unlicensed employee is doing what they're allowed to do within the confines. The other thing you may run into as a property manager is if you're a member, if you live in an HOA community, and maybe you're asked to serve on the HOA, maybe that HOA collects fees from tenants, maybe they collect special assessments for, new roofs, parking lot, whatever. To be a member of the HOA, you don't need a license, because the thinking is that you live here, right? And that's just part of your duties is living in that HOA. And if that HOA member has a license, if they live in the HOA and they have the license, they don't have to follow the same rules, because they're not managing it for others. In a sense, now they're managing it for themselves. They're doing it for their own HOAs. But understand, now that you guys are licensed, you're always held to a higher standard, because no matter what avenue you're going, no matter what you're talking about, you now know more than the general public. So if you're a licensed property manager, you don't have to worry about that in your HOA, but you could be held accountable if those special assessments go missing, right? If that money just disappears, or if that money is improperly handled. Property management relationships with the client. So we talked about the law of agency on day one. Again, the owner of an investment property or investment properties is hiring the property manager to manage their property. that property manager owes the owner old car. The owner has hired the agent. The agent owes the owner, the property manager owes the owner old car. Property managers need to be really careful. They kind of walk a fine line. They are hired by the owner. Everything they do should be in the owner's best interest. But the tenants are calling the property manager for everything, aren't they? The tenants are paying the property manager rent every month. The tenants are the one that are communicating with the property manager, but the tenants aren't represented. It's the owner that hires the property manager, not the tenants. So the tenants are, in most cases, unless they're hired, they're the customers. The property manager is working for the owner client. And they need to be very, very careful that they don't act in a way that allows the tenant to think that they have their best interests. The tenant may not even know the owner. They may not contact the owner. The only phone number they have is the property manager. And could the tenant get very friendly with the property manager? And it would be a pretty simple conversation for the property or the tenant to think that the property manager had their best interest. But the property manager needs to be careful that what they do, think of the property manager as an extension of the owner. So when they're talking to the tenants, when they're collecting rent, when they're dispersing the security deposit, that's acting on behalf of the owner, not as a benefit to the tenant. Does that make sense? And they need to be very careful that that doesn't cross the line into that implied dual agency thing. So typically speaking, in residential transactions, the tenants are not represented. Tenants usually don't hire somebody to help them rent property. Commercial is a totally different beast, though. Anybody going commercial? Not sure yet? Slow down, Julie. I just got my license. Okay. All right. So come on, guys. No, I'm just kidding. So commercial transactions, tenants, it's not uncommon for them to hire an agent. Usually not that same property manager that's representing the seller. Commercial transactions just take a lot longer than residential transactions. So usually in commercial situations, tenants are represented. In residential, they're unrepresented. All right, I got a question for you guys. I want to hear from you in the chat, please. It's a yes or no, and you can even put in Y or N. I know what you speak of. Everybody ready? In property management, do we have to do the working with real estate agent disclosure? In property management, do we do the working with real estate agent disclosure? Here for me. I gotta count. Hang on. Okay. In property management, because it's a lease transaction, the working with real estate agent disclosure is not required. The working with real estate agent is only required in sales transactions. So the property manager, when they're first meeting that owner client, they don't have to disclose their status. They don't have to disclose anything. And that's something they can. They're more than welcome to, but there's no commission rule that says that they have to. The working with real estate agent disclosure is only for sales transactions, residential sales and commercial sales. Again, that agent I was just telling you guys about, Winston, that does for rent and for sales, he has a working with real estate agent that he and his attorney created for property management. But understand that's something that he chose to do. There's that other CYA thing, isn't there? Cover his assets. See what I did there? Okay. So he's just protecting himself. And obviously when he's doing the for sale transaction, then he does have to do that. The agency agreement is the property management agreement. Because it's an agency agreement with the owner, it's got to be in writing from the onset. We cannot do a single thing, have a single service for the owner without having our agency agreement in writing. One thing that makes the property management agreement unique, one thing that makes this agency agreement unique, we always have to have a definite termination date. Remember our musts of our agency agreement. It must be in writing. It must have a definite termination date. It must have our signed by both parties, and it must have our license number. So because of the musts about our written agency agreements, it must have a termination date. But one thing unique about the property management is it may allow for an automatic renewal. Think about it. Owner and property manager are trying to form and build a long-term relationship. Remember, this is the investor. Maybe they're just starting as an investor. Maybe they come to you with 50 investment properties that they're ready for you to act as their property manager, right? Wait for that phone call. You going into property management now, Michael? You get that phone call. That changes things, doesn't it? So they come to you, they say, I want you to manage my properties. And ideally, you guys are forming this relationship. And let's say we enter into a property management agreement initially for, I don't know, a year. And at the end of the year, we decide we're doing good. You're pleased with my work. I'm happy with you as an owner. We're getting along fine. We could agree to keep automatically renewing that thing. So in other words, we don't have to enter any kind of written extension. We can keep automatically renewing it as long as we still have that definite termination date. So maybe we automatically renew it for another year or 2 years or something like that. That's right. So you may have an automatic renewal, but you don't have to. So if at the end of that year, if you cannot stand that owner and you were so over them, bye, you can terminate it because you have that definite termination date. Yep. The property management agreement that we're going to look at very briefly in just a minute. Again, it's the bilateral contract between the owner and the property manager, the agent. So it's got to spell out the duties of the property management. The property manager has more power to make decisions on behalf of their owner client. We know as sales agents, what kind of decisions can I make for my buyers and sellers? Yeah, that's an easy one. None at all. I'm a fact finder. I cannot make decisions for them. But guess what? As a property manager, I have authority to make decisions. I have the authority to, speak on behalf of my owner. But that property management agreement has to spell out what those limitations are. Back to that investor with 50 properties. If I didn't have the authority to make decisions, I'm the property manager, I'm calling my investor with 50 homes, and I have no authority to make decisions. Could you imagine? I'm calling you all day, every day. Can I fix this? Can I collect rent? Can I get security deposit? Can I bring in a new tenant? Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do this? Can I do that? At some point, aren't you the owner sitting there wondering why the heck you hired me if I have to call you for every little thing?
That's the proverbial mommy.
Right. So the property manager has authority. Maybe we spell it out. Maybe we say, any repairs up to $500, just make it, just take care of it, make it happen. Now, if it's $501, now I got to reach out to the owner and discuss that repair with them. As far as collecting rent, maintaining security deposits, handling the day-to-day operations of managing the property, that's why the owner hires them. It's a property management agreement. They're hiring you to manage their properties. So some various functions of the property manager. One of the earlier things that they're going to do is prepare a management plan. The commission actually advises that we at least have a draft of the management plan before we enter into a property management agreement. to make sure going into this, that we're all on the same page. You hire me, we sign an agreement, and then I say, all right, this is what I'm gonna do. And you're like, well, I don't like that. You don't like my management plan, we're in for a rough year, aren't we? So at least if I can give you a rough draft, an idea of how I'm gonna manage your properties, then you have that sense before we enter into that agency agreement. The management plan is going to include various things such as the market analysis, the market, the area, the neighborhood that the property's in, the property analysis itself, what it kind of property is it, what's it function as, how's it operate. I think one of the bigger things about the property management plan is it needs to spell out how the property manager is going to preserve the property and help the owner make money. Isn't that what it's about for the owner? Remember, the owner is an investor. What are investors in it to do? Make money. So how, as I am your property manager, going to help preserve the value of the property, but still send you money every month? Just kind of, like I said, lays out the objectives, management plan. The other thing that the property manager needs to do is lay out a rental schedule. How, we can do a CMA to find probable lease price. For those of you in MLS, there's a for rent section in MLS as well. Did you guys know that? You can go check out rental properties. You can pull the same comps as rental properties, what you do for sales. When you go up, ours are like search, I think is what mine says. And when you come down, we usually go to like residential quick. That's where we go. But if you look down a little bit further, you can look for rental properties. You can find the same, we'll call it closed, but I guess they would call it rented properties. How much did this property rent for? So you have some information to pull some comps. I don't know that you have a whole lot, but you do have some that you could pull some comps to help establish this rental schedule. The rental schedule needs to be fair to the market, the neighborhood, the conditions of the property. If you have a high vacancy rate, so you can't keep a tenant in or you can't get a tenant, I mean, obviously the rental schedule would be one of the first places to look. After that, the owner might start thinking, well, is it how my property is being managed? Right? Can they look back at us and say, if my property was being managed, then I wouldn't have a high vacancy rate. Guys, if we don't have a tenant in place, nobody is making money. I'm not making money. You're not making money. So ideally, we need to keep a rental schedule that will allow for tenants, tenants that pay rent. Another thing that the property manager does, they're going to help the owner prepare an operating budget. Budgets plan for the future. So if we sit down on January 1st and do our operating budget, we're going to figure out how much money we think we're going to have coming in this year. How much do we think we need to set aside for repairs and other expenses? I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what's going to break this year, but I can almost promise you something's going to break. So we need to budget for those repairs. We need to budget for those expenses. It's kind of like doing your household budget, right? You sit down the first of the year and you figure out your household budget, how you guys can do a family vacation this year and have Christmas and birthday parties and all the other good stuff you want to do. You're planning, you're budgeting, and that's what the property manager is doing with the operating budget. If the tenant moves out, or if their lease runs out, then we need to, as property managers, help market the property, find a new tenant. Again, we got to get somebody in fast so we can have somebody paying rent so we're making money. How are you going to market the property? Is a discussion to have with the owner. Are you going to put it in MLS? Are you going to put it in Craigslist? I mean, how are you going to market that property and get word out to find tenants? When it comes to screening tenants and accepting tenant applications, please always remember fair housing says what we do for one, we do for all. So set your policy up early. If you're gonna do credit checks, if you're gonna pull criminal records, if you're gonna look at background reports of your tenants, when you do that for the first tenant, you have to do that for all of the tenants. So having that consistency and having that as part of your management plan, again, spelling out what you're gonna do each time a tenant application comes in, how you're gonna handle that. Probably one of the property managers' bigger jobs is getting that money. They're gonna be responsible for collecting rent each month. Property managers are also gonna maintain a security deposit. Property managers, if they're gonna hold a security deposit, they have to have a trust account or an escrow account. So they would need to set up one of those in their names, to have somewhere to hold a security deposit. A lot of times they'll run rent through the escrow account or the trust account too. So they'll put rent in the account and then disperse it from there. So much of it goes to my operating account for my management fee. So much goes towards this expense, that bill, and then whatever's left is what the owner gets. So we can disperse it. But the security deposit, once you're licensed, security deposit has to go in a trust account or an escrow account. As we said, property managers responsible for maintaining and protecting the property, preserving the property. You know, we don't need to make all repairs every day, but we need to provide that tenant fit and habitable conditions. That's under our North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. It says the landlord has to provide those fit and habitable conditions. So the property manager is more than likely responsible for maintaining, protecting the property, making sure any needed repairs, are we up to code, building codes on various things. If it's like one of those large apartment complexes or something, we may be responsible for preparing and enforcing rules and regulations, making sure that the tenants are following the rules. Performing landlord duties under leases. Again, the property manager is just an extension of the owner. So whatever they do is on behalf of the landlord. And worst case scenario, if we got to enforce legal actions, if we got to get our tenant out, the property manager is going to be responsible for that as well. You guys may or may not remember, but the only legal way we can get a tenant out of the property is summary ejectment. Summary ejectment is a court process. Hear me when I say legal. The landlord cannot do self-help eviction. The landlord nor the property manager can change the locks on the home or padlock the front door, or move the furniture out into the front yard, or show up with a shotgun and say, get off my property. All they can do, the only remedy they have is that summary ejectment. I have an acquaintance and she works for one of these really big apartment complexes. She's an unlicensed employee for property management. And one day out of every month, she sits at the courthouse doing their summary ejectments. Does that not sound like the worst day of the month ever? All day at the courthouse, just sitting there, waiting to do those summary ejectments on behalf of her property manager. That's why you get unlicensed employees right there. When you're a property manager, hire somebody so they can go sit at the courthouse all day for you. Technically, property insurance is the responsibility of the owner. The owner needs homeowner's insurance on the property, but the property manager can make payments on behalf of the owner. Remember, we just said rent goes in the trust account and then it's kind of dispersed from there. So if one of those is to Allstate or Geico or whoever has homeowner's insurance, the property manager can make those payments on behalf of the owner. They can help revisit the policies. So if they want to talk about renewing next year or whatever, the property manager, but understand ultimately the major decisions about homeowners insurance come from the owner, but the property manager can be involved in making those payments and those decisions. Property manager is responsible for maintaining records. How many years? Everybody, how many years do we keep records? All of you. How many years? Thank you. 3 years. If your tenant application is rejected, you need to keep that application for 3 years. If the tenant lives there for 3 years, that 3-year clock starts at the termination of the lease. The 3-year clock for us keeping records always starts at the end of that transaction. So whenever that tenant moves out, or if that tenancy never started, that 3-year clock would start with the rejection of the application. Accounting to the owner, property manager is going to maintain receipts, expenses, invoices, charges, disbursements, how they're paying that money out. It is the owner's money that they're managing, the owner's money that they're handling. So they need to be very accountable to the owner. Doesn't the owner want to see what their money's doing? And I would say a good investor down to the penny. So the property manager needs to be very knowledgeable in maintaining records, showing those receipts. Questions so far? So we've talked a whole lot about what a property manager can do. They do also provide us with things that the property manager can't do. And one thing that they can't do is reinvest the owner's profits. Whose profits are they? They're the owners. Now, can I make suggestions? Can I say, if we fix this, then it'll increase our rent? Can I say if we, update the 25-year-old bathroom and kitchen, we'll get a higher rent? Can we make suggestions? Of course. But bottom line, it's up to the owner how they reinvest their profits. Maybe they want to put it back into their investment properties. Maybe they want to buy new investment properties. Maybe they want to pocket it. But it's the owner's profits, so they are responsible for what happens to them. And the other thing that the property manager can't do on behalf of the owner is pay those property taxes. It's the owner's property taxes. They're responsible. Maybe the owner has a mortgage and they're paying their PITI every month. Maybe it's paid off and that tax bill comes due at the end of the year. The other thing the property manager can't do, which I guess kind of falls in line with the reinvest the owner profits, they can't make capital improvements on behalf of the owner. A capital improvement is something that adds value. So painting a room, well, it does make the room look a lot nicer. It doesn't add value. Things that add value, the biggest, quickest way to add value is to add square footage. So if you want to finish the unfinished basement or build a room off the back of the house, that would be a capital improvement. Again, the property manager can make suggestions, but as far as actually doing the capital improvement, that needs to be the responsibility of the owner. Questions? So if we go into our online learning system and look at our forms, our property management agreement is 410. By the way, anything in the 400 series is property management. Anything in the 500 series is commercial, just to let you know. If you're not doing property management, you're not doing commercial, stay away from 400 and 500. So 400 is property management, 500 is commercial. And we have form 401 is our property management agreement. Again, this is what's provided to us by NCAR. If this property management agreement doesn't fit your relationship with the owner, then we'll have to have an attorney draw up the agreement that will. Remember, we can use a form other than an NCAR form. We just have to have an attorney draft it up. So this is an exclusive property management agreement, which means how many agents is the owner dating? Just one. It's an exclusive relationship. This is between the owner and the agent or the property manager. We're going to list the property. We also have the option if it's multiple parcels. So we're told if the owner has more than one property, then we can attach a piece of paper that lists all the properties that we're expected to manage, that we're being hired to manage. Here's our definite end date. This agreement shall be binding when it's been signed and dated below by the owner and the agent. It shall become effective on this day and shall be an initial term of months, weeks, years. And then if we look down, you can see here that we do have this agreement shall automatically renew for successive terms of months, years, whatever. So again, this is one thing that makes this agency agreement very unique. It's the only one that allows for an automatic renewal if the parties agree. So back to somebody's point earlier, let's say we're entering into this agreement for a year, but we don't know how we're going to get along. We don't know if we're going to work well together. Couldn't we put a big NA in here? And then if we decide a couple months into it that we're cool, come back and amend this, come back and change this so we can allow for the automatic renewal? Sure. So if you're not sure about this owner, we can always amend it, always edit it. This is an agency agreement. It's an employment contract. So we have to spell out our management fee. When do we expect to get paid? Is it going to be a percentage of gross rental income received? Is it going to be a flat fee? How is that going to work? Sale to the tenant kind of spells out what happens if the tenant buys the property. Now you have nothing to manage anymore, right? So the owner agrees to pay the agent a fee of X amount when you sell to the tenant. Is there any kind of fee owed at the termination or the conclusion, the renewal term? Renewal or early termination fee, if we agree to get out of it, how that's going to work. Other fees, like I said, we're going through this one really quick. It's a bilateral contract, which means both parties have duties and obligations to each other. So it has to spell out the authority and responsibility of the agent. Of course, they need to use reasonable skill, care, and diligence to manage the property. Offer the property for rent in compliance with all applicable federal and state laws. Ethical duties, including those prohibiting discrimination on the basis of, here's our protected classes. Our agency agreements must have this non-discrimination clause. Collect all rents. Deliver to the owner within 45 days, rental agreements, any accounting, rental rates, etc. Provide owner monthly statements of all monies received. So the property manager is keeping the owner informed about what's going on with their monies. Make arrangements on the owner's behalf for repairs. We say here we can see agent may not make repairs for anything that exceeds X amount without prior written approval. So we can decide going into this. I can make repairs up to what? Anything over that, I need to contact the owner, but I should have some authority to make some repairs on their behalf. They're going to answer tenant requests and complaints, perform duties imposed on the owner by the tenants, retain such amounts from owner's rental proceeds as necessary. Agent will establish and maintain an owner's behalf in the amount of X amount from which expenses may be paid. So again, when we're dispersing that rent, we may be able to keep some of it for repairs, day-to-day operations, that kind of thing. Institute, prosecute small claims courts as necessary. And then we have this place here for other. Anything else we can agree to? If we're going to cooperate with other agents, so if another agent brings us the tenant, how are we going to cooperate? How are we going to pay them? Marketing the property, when we're looking for a tenant, can we put a for rent sign in the yard? Put the information in the MLS, advertise the property in non-internet media, and then advertise it on the internet. Owner has to make some representations. The owner has to represent that they are not under bankruptcy protection. The owner has to represent that they're not subject to foreclosure. And that'd be important information for the property manager to know. All past and current taxes, payments, assessments, etc., have been caught up. So the owner's representing that information to the property manager. Questions so far? Let's take a break. Come back, we'll wrap up property management.
One more day.
Yes, sir. Coming down to the end here. We got 7 more hours.
Back in a minute. No, I'll do it later.
So Fred, what I was saying before, anytime you want to give me a shot, I'm available all day. So you just, I know you got a bunch of things going on, so you just give me a holler whenever you're free and we can talk about some things. And
Okay. How about 3 o'clock tomorrow? Just grabbing the time.
it'll be fine.
Okay. I'll try to make it a plan to call you then and we can chat and go over some stuff.
Okay,
I appreciate it.
my pleasure, anytime.
Well, this sounds good. I like to hear this. This is
Cool,
probably
now-
one of the biggest
Yep.
disadvantages of us going on Zoom. It's harder for you guys to network, to connect, you know?
Yeah. And having been in 2 classes now with Fred, I mean, he's a nice guy. He's a great guy, and I'd like to work with him. You know, he's in a different network, so I can feed him stuff, he can feed me stuff, and we can help
Yeah.
each other.
I know somebody in Raleigh that said, I know a guy,
Yep.
you know?
Yep, that'll work.
I heard an instructor say once that, of course, this is before the pandemic, but they said all real estate agents once a year should take a class somewhere else.
Mm.
Go outside of your market
Yeah.
once a year and take a stack of business cards, because those people are all, you say Charlotte and they're gonna be like, ooh,
Yeah.
and that, and again, now that we're coming back in person, and I did, man, I used to travel to do my CE because I always enjoy traveling. So, if I can get CE credit for it as well. But yeah, just that opportunity to network and the people you meet and experience and
There is the company that I'm the main affiliation right now. They have an online cloud, and there's people looking for referrals all over the country, all over the world. And I almost grabbed 2 today, but I was late on one by like 30 seconds that somebody else beat me to it. And somebody else said, well, you're still provisional. I guess somebody else with a full broker that's going to help me out. And I'm like, really?
did you say like 48 more hours? That's it. You're so close.
Yeah. So, and it's a nice network. I mean, the phone goes off all day long, and I'm like, man, one of these, hopefully. And then all of a sudden today there was 2, and I just missed them. It's like,
So,
but yeah, I mean, getting out of the area. I mean, this year I'm obviously not getting out of the area, but I mean, it's the same thing as what you're talking about, going out into other areas and meeting other people and laying out cards and picking up cards and,
yep.
so.
I got to share with you guys, the Real Estate Commission does an educators conference, spring educators conference once a year. So our conference is next Tuesday. And for the first time in 4 years, we're going to be back face to face again. Last time we were face to face was March 2019. Of course, 2020 March, we didn't even have a conference because, it was all going down in a handbasket then, wasn't it? And then the last couple of years we've been on Zoom. Can you imagine? About 150, 175 people on a Zoom call. Doesn't that sound like fun?
I was on a Zoom the other day with 23. That was interesting.
What is the conference, like 8 hours all day?
It's all day Tuesday. So I think check-ins like at 8:30 and then we go till 5. So
Wow.
but
What
they
is
feed
the,
us lunch. They have different speakers. Somebody from the commission, the education department, the commission will stand up and kind of give us the state of the, educators. We're usually one of the first ones to know about proposed rule changes, new forms, that kind of thing, because the commission wants us to have that in our hands. So we're always teaching the current thing, So I think that's going to be the big topic this year, though, is, hey, we're together again, So it's going to be really good to see people 3-dimensional again and not 2D. So yeah, we're heading down. We're heading down Tuesday, and somebody else is doing like a tech day that Monday afternoon before. So, bring your laptop and let's see what you guys don't know kind of thing. So always pick up something there as well. So it'll be a good Monday and Tuesday next week. I'm looking forward to it. I think they said they maxed out 300 people and they maxed out.
I'm just trying to get my foot in the door here and get one solid lead. I really don't care buyer or seller, but I just want to get one lead under my belt at this point in time and go from there.
It'll happen. It'll happen. And when it does, hang on to your hat.
It blew
All
off
right.
in the wind the other day.
Right? All right. So we talked about responsibilities of the property manager, the duties that the property manager owes the owner. So now let's talk about responsibility of the owner. The owner during this time is responsible for all costs and expenses associated with the maintenance and operation of the property. Property manager's not paying. They're just spending the owner's money. It's not coming out of the property manager's pocket. We need to be, per this general statute, North Carolina general statute, we need to be in compliance with local, state, federal laws, tenant leases, that kind of thing. Changing batteries, smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. The owner needs to provide funds to the agent, probably upon their request for expenses or repairs. How is that going to look? Now that the owner has hired the property manager, remember, with fair housing, anytime an agent is involved, the owner can never discriminate. So now that the owner has hired an agent, now they too have the non-discrimination clause, saying that they're not going to discriminate against any of the protected classes. Carry and maintain continuously comprehensive general liability insurance. One big thing about the owner, they got to have homeowners insurance for the property, for the structure. Obviously, the property manager is responsible for making sure that the tenant has tenant's insurance. So we got two different insurance policies. Be responsible for timely payments of taxes, mortgage payments, associations, Again, what a nightmare if the owner of the property you're managing goes into foreclosure, right? I mean, where's that leave you? Where's that leave your tenant? So make sure that we get those bills taken care of, that mortgage. It references the tenant security deposits, particularly because the property manager will be holding those security deposits. So we need to make sure that we're following the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. Whether or not tenants can have pets, the owner needs to make that decision because it's the owner's property. So shall not be allowed to have pets or shall be allowed to have pets. If they do have pets, this wouldn't be in here, but in the lease, we could do a pet amendment. The owner and property manager could charge a reasonable, non-refundable pet fee. Understand that pet fee is not prepaying for damages of the pet. The pet fee, you're paying for the right to have a pet. If the pet damages the property, then that can come out of the security deposit. So you're not prepaying for damages of the pet. Whether or not cigarettes, cigars, pipes, or other tobacco or lighted product of any kind shall be allowed on the property or not. If the property is in an association, an owner's association or a condo association, the property manager is the one that's going to be responsible for making sure that the tenant is following the rules and regulations of the HOA. If they violate them, the HOA isn't contacting the tenant. They're not contacting the property manager. The person that they know to contact is the owner. So if the owner gets a call that their tenant has violated these HOA dues, then you got an unhappy owner on your hand. So the property manager is going to want to make sure that the tenant is aware of the rules and regulations, of course, and that they're enforcing them. Sewage disposal, is it a public sewer or an on-site septic tank? Occupancy limits. If there's a limit, maybe there's an on-site septic tank and it tells us the occupancy limits. I like this. I like this a whole lot. We can actually, who's going to be responsible for what? We can actually, lawn service, HVAC, whatever, who's going to be responsible? Do we have anything else? To me, this is very clear about whose responsibility it is. What the parties agree to here. As we said, the property manager has to maintain a trust account if they're going to hold security deposits. Remember, that trust account has somebody else's money in it. Your money does not belong in the trust account. So if you're holding a security deposit as a property manager, you're holding it for the duration of the lease. Maybe it's a couple months, maybe it's a 5-year lease or something, doesn't matter. You're hanging on to that security deposit for the duration of the lease. And because the property manager, any escrow agent, has the right to have your security deposit or earnest money or whatever in an interest-bearing account. We just need to identify, and the parties have to agree to it. There's similar verbiage about the bearer of a trust account, an interest-bearing trust account, and our standard offer to purchase and contract as well. So our escrow agents with our earnest money could also make interest off that earnest money as long as it's in the agreement. 2T offers that for us. Entry by owner, of course, again, this includes owner and the property manager. Unless stated otherwise in the lease, the owner has zero right to access the property. Generally in leases, we're going to see verbiage that says the owner has, with a 24-hour notice or 48-hour notice. So maybe they want to come in and, change the furnace filters every once in a while or check the smoke detectors, right? They just use that as an excuse to get in the front door and see what's going on with the property. Is anybody a landlord on this call? Anybody? No. Okay. We have a little condo in High Point, and we rent that out. And I always put something in there about how I have the right to come, but I need to give them notice. I can't just show up. But I'm telling you something like, let me come change your furnace filters. That gives me an excuse to get in the front door just to kind of see how things are going. I have the cleanest tenant in the whole wide world right now. And I hope to keep him for a long, long time. He pays rent on time every time. He's a good tenant. So how the owner can entry, again, that's a part of the lease. But that discussion still comes up with the property management agreement. If the property was built prior to 1978, we need to disclose any known presence of lead in the home. There is a lead-based paint and lead-based paint hazards addendum for lease situations. So this applies to for sale and for lease. Again, if the tenant has children, they have the right to know about, or if they don't, even if it's built before 1978, they have the right to know about lead in the home if we know of it. Tenant information, all about the laws and the rules, financial responsibilities, the responsibilities of the tenants. I mean, basically their job's pretty easy, right? Maintain the premises and pay rent. And that's really all we can expect of our tenant. Duties on termination. At some point, if this relationship between the tenant and the property manager is going to end, maybe our agency agreement's up and we're choosing not to renew it. The property manager may not always be done when they're done. There may be some unfinished business that they still need to help transfer what they have to the new property manager, or if you're not going to hire a new property manager, transfer what they have, the books, the records, the accounting, all that information, getting it back to the owner. The other thing where the old property manager may still be involved, the tenant's used to paying you. And now all of a sudden you're leaving, you're done with this relationship. So we need to make sure that the tenant knows where to send rent now, how that's going to be handled. So unfortunately, when it's over, it's not always over. The property manager just needs to make sure that everything's finalized and that they've properly closed or handled whatever is left of that. Sale of the property. Please understand. The property management agreement gives you the right to lease the property. The property management agreement does not give you the right to sell it. So if you've been managing this property and all of a sudden the owner wants to sell it, if your firm offers that for sale, then you can enter into a listing agreement with the owner. But if your firm is property management only and your owner wants to sell, you're going to have to refer it to a sales office. But either way, the property management agreement does not give the property manager the authority to sell it. Remember, our agency agreements were being hired for a very specific purpose. We're not being hired to do anything. So if they do decide to sell, listing agreement needs to come into place. It's a different kind of agreement. Let's see what else good stuff do we have in here. Default, any good agreement has what happens if we break our agreement. Default, costs and default, who's responsible for paying those court costs. Video, audio, surveillance, or device. If the place is vacant, maybe we're allowing tenants to come view it, or in between tenants, we can put video up. But when a new tenant rents, we got to get it down because they have that right to privacy in their new home. So we can put cameras up for showings to try to find tenants. But when we rent it, before that tenant moves in, we need to make sure we take that down. And as with the listing agreement, this goes on to say that video is okay, but audio is not. Audio is not allowed unless you have permission of the person being recorded. What are the good things that we have in here? There's that non-discrimination clause again. Goodness, we've seen that 3 times in this property management agreement. And then everybody signs it. There's a place for 4 owners, 4 landlords, if you will. Again, if you have more than 4, then we're going to do the additional signatures addendum. Everybody that's on that deed and their spouse should be signing off on this property management agreement because they all have an ownership interest. There's contact information. Where is it? Yeah, and then this is where the agent signs. So the individual agent, the one that's acting as the property manager, they're allowed to sign it on behalf of their firm. There's your license number. It's a must on an agency agreement. Then our date. Property management agreement, agency agreement. Questions on this? Again, just real quick, you can amend it. Here's a vacation property. If you're going to be a property management of a vacation property, there's forms for that. The pet addendum, vacation rental addendum. So again, anything in the 400 series is a property management form. Obviously, they don't have as much as the sales, but they do provide some forms. And if your situation doesn't meet a form, your form doesn't meet the situation, then we just, same thing as sales, we just need to have an attorney draft something up. Questions on property management? Did I change anybody's mind? Is anybody going into property management now? The hard no's are still hard no's. Okay.
I mean, I'm sitting there thinking, even if it's $500 for $500 a unit for or a property for 50 properties, you're still talking 25 grand a month. And you're talking a whole bunch of aggravation. So I don't know if it's worth it.
I think that's a very common thing with property managers. I mean, you guys think about rent. Rent isn't that much, right? And property managers are going to get a percentage of that rent. So how much are you going to make a year? I mean, honestly, for a property manager to be successful, they need to manage lots of properties. And that's why I think if we can get in on one of those like large apartment complexes or something, or if you're the, you know, the guy in Winston that everybody just calls him, who knows how many investment properties he has, but I'm pretty sure he has enough to, you know, float himself. But yeah, I mean, you just said 4,500 a month. That's what your quick math was.
2,500 a month. So if you-
2,500 a month
you-
times 12. So you're making $30,000 a year for that headache and heartache and hassle.
Well, no, if your example before with the 50 properties,
Yeah,
so even if you get $500 per property per month, you're doing 2,500 a month. You're doing a little,
30,000 a year. Is that what you're looking for?
300,000 a year.
I do
Mhm.
plan to get into real estate investing though, but I would use my firm for the property management, but I don't want to be the property manager.
So you want to go that route, but you don't want to be that person. So I hear you, Teresa. And yeah, I mean, that investment business is a great business, you guys. I mean, hello, who's been buying properties the last couple years? It's been investors with cash. That's the key, with cash. Cash is what's been winning. Cash is king. And it's these big investors. I mean, I'm not going to name drop, but I'm sure we've all gotten a piece of mail from at least one, you know, wanting to buy our house next too, you know. But that's who's been really winning the last couple of years in this crazy market, are the investors. And some would argue that the investors are the one that's who's driving rent up. Rental rates are absurd right now. It's cheaper to buy a house than it is to rent, you know. So be interesting to see how this market corrects, how it fixes itself. But yeah, investors right now, they're on top and they're loving every minute of it, as they should. You have the opportunity to take advantage of something, go for it. So I have one little condo and I think that's about as investy as I want to get. I'm lucky now I have a good tenant. My last tenant wasn't great. He wasn't terrible, but he wasn't great. But he sure left me a mess to clean up when he moved out. So that was a little bit of a heartache. But now my new guy's making up for it. So it works out. It works out. Questions? Property management comments, other comments? You guys know what that means, right? Tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Like everybody? I try to keep count as you guys come in, but sometimes I come in so fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. When renting units in an apartment building, a property manager must comply with all of the following except, again, another one of these excepts. We're not dealing with the Residential Property Disclosure Act because we're not dealing with a sale. It happens. It's okay. So we do have the terms of the agreement. I mean, obviously that's our employment contract. The property management agreement is our employment contract. We're following the lawful instructions of the owner. We owe them OCAR, which means we follow their lawful instructions, fair housing laws, of course. By the way, if it is an apartment complex, the property manager and the owner not only have to abide by fair housing laws, but if the property manager's firm has 15 or more employees, the American with Disabilities Act also kicks in as well. ADA applies to public accommodations. So if you have 15 or more employees, we need to make sure that the ADA, property manager needs to make sure that we're in compliance with ADA. The Residential Property Disclosure Act is for sales transactions, not lease. Let's do another one. A, B, C, or D. Yeah. Everybody in? I lost track again. You guys in? Okay. Provisions of a property management agreement generally include all of the following, except a listing of previous owners of the property. We care about the current owner, the here and now. We do have to spell out the property manager's responsibilities. Same thing, we have to spell out the owner's responsibilities, the extent of authority. And then again, because it's an employment contract, we always have to discuss our commission. Questions on this one? I need to find some new questions, don't I? These accept questions just make you kind of want to. But you know what? I say if we can get the accept questions, by golly, we can answer anything. I think these are the hardest ones. So if we can do these accept questions, you guys are ready for tomorrow. That's just my, so maybe I'll leave them in. I don't know. Anyway, one more. I kept track on my hands, so I was kind of coming in. Okay, so the primary function of a property manager is they have two basic responsibilities. Preserve the value of the investment property, all while generating an income for the owner. That's what it's about for the owner, right? That's why they hire the property manager, make you some money. Questions of property management. I think we spend more time on it here than what we did in, in pre-licensing. See, you get a little bit deeper in post.
Yeah, I'm real glad you went over it because the property management on most of my tests is what I missed the questions on. So I'm feeling a lot better about it now.
Good, good. Ryan, to your point, I do think property management tests poorly on the end of class exam and the state exam. And I think the reason, I'll be honest with you guys, I think the reason being is because the majority of you are not going into property manager. So you don't really care about property management. But we got to get you to care enough about property management to get you through the test, right? So once you pass this test, if you're not interested in property management, then you never have to do anything with it again. But we just got to get you through the test. Anything else? So that takes us to our last little section, what the commission calls other topics. These are just various topics from license law and commission rule, maybe affecting your license status, that kind of thing. So first off, let's talk about what happens when you leave or change a company. Tell me in the chat. If an agent leaves their company, can they be paid commission on pending transactions they brokered? What do you think? Yes or no? And you can say Y or N. Two of you are right, but it's not the answer I was looking for. Three of you are right, but it's not the answer I was looking for. You guys are right, absolutely. Did I get everybody in? So through the eyes of the commission, if you leave the company, can you be paid commission by the pending transactions? Yes. As long as, who allows it? I see your mouse move. The firm allows it. It's going to be up to the firm policy. So a couple of you were spot on. Your firm policy, guys, remember, I know a lot of you are affiliated. I hope you read those independent contractor agreements before you sign. If you ever sign another independent contractor agreement again, read that thing before you sign. And the question you need to ask yourself is, what happens if I leave? And I know that's so funny to think about because you're excited, it's new, it's all very da-da-da-da-da. But you need to ask yourself, what happens when I leave? And one thing you need to find out for sure is, if I leave a pending transaction, can I still get paid for it? As a provisional broker, you obviously won't be able to brokerage the deal if you change firms. If you're a full broker, they may ask you to be dual affiliated until this pending transaction closes. Does that make sense? So they may say, stay here just to finish this out, go do your thing. So again, it just kind of comes down to the firm's policies. So let's see what the commission says. A broker with a current active license throughout the period in which they brokers the services may legally be paid by the company, even if they're no longer associated, and if the broker's license is inactive or expired at the time of payment. Let's talk about that. So we just said if you change firms, you could still get paid. But what if your license goes inactive or expired? If your license is going inactive or expired, first off, this is happening on July 1st. If your license is going inactive or expired, it's because you didn't pay your fee or you didn't do CE. The commission says, if you brokeraged the majority of the deal before your license goes inactive and expired, and you stop immediately when your license goes inactive or expired, you may still get paid a commission if the firm allows it. Let me say that again. The commission says, if you brokerage the majority of the deal, you got this client, you got them under contract, you got them, almost the whole way to closing. You brokerage the majority of the deal and your license goes inactive or expired. You may still get paid if the firm allows it, as long as you stop brokeraging activities immediately. I just said, if your license is going inactive or expired, it's probably happening on July 1st. That, let's say, for example, you have a closing on the closing schedule for July 2nd. Did you brokerage the majority of the deal? I mean, this thing is like 2 days away for closing. Didn't you get these guys this far? The thing is you couldn't attend closing on the 2nd. Your broker in charge or another agent in the firm would have to attend closing. You've got to stop your broker services immediately. And again, this all comes back to if the firm's policy allows it. Thoughts on that?
Stay active.
Pay the fee and do CE. It's pretty easy, right? It rhymes and everything, fee and CE. So yeah, that's a simple solution there. Let's see. If you change any of your contact information, maybe you get married or divorced and you change your name. Maybe you change your company, maybe you change your firm name, personal address, email address, any of your contact information. Who remembers how many days we have to report that change to the real estate commission? I'm seeing it. What I'm seeing is 10 days. So you guys have 10 days to report your change of any of your contact information to the real estate commission. You guys all know that you now have a log on to the real estate commission's website. Everybody know that? Have you guys gone and checked out your records? You may want to. So you go to ncrec.gov. You go down to, it's like licensee login, I think. You're going to need your license number and the last 4 digits of your social. You can change your contact information there. When it comes time to pay our renewal fees in a couple months, you can pay your renewal fee directly on that site. You guys also want to make sure, get in the habit now. Anytime you successfully complete a post licensing class or a CE class, give it about a week and then go check your record and make sure that they gave you credit for that. I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of people that have to touch that. The director of the school has to touch it. The real estate commission has to touch it. You need to make sure that that it got processed properly and that you got that credit. Everybody good with that? Always post licensing and CE. Give it a week and then go check it out. And if it's not there, contact the director of the school that you took the class. Do not contact the real estate commission. So for you guys, next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, you go check the commission's website. If it's not there, you call Wayne. So 10 days to change your contact information. What happens to your active listing if you leave a company? Woo, there's so much wrong with that. What happens with you leave a company and you have a listing? What happens to that listing?
Another agent would take it over, correct?
Because whose listing is it, Fred?
The firms.
The firms. And what's wrong with this? It ain't your listing, is it? Guys, we have a horrible habit. We run around and talk about our sellers and my buyers and da-da-da-da-da, and that's fine. I mean, I think that's just agent speak, but understand they're not yours. They're the firms. So when you leave the firm, whether or not you can take that listing with you or not is going to be up to the firm's policy. This is what we need to know about this. Remember, the National Association of Realtors says that we cannot solicit an active listing of another company. So when you change firms, can you call your seller and say, I'm with a new firm, fire them and hire me? Isn't that soliciting somebody else's active listing? Yep. So you need to be very careful. Again, read those independent contractor agreements, find out what happens when you leave. Be very careful not to appear to be soliciting that listing. What if that listing expires? Now, can you contact that seller and try to solicit that listing? Heck yeah. And don't you know when that expiration date is? Heck yeah. So you can play that game once it's expired, but you got to wait for it to expire.
I'm sorry to say, I went and got distracted real quick down a rabbit hole, but I went to NCREC and I did my little login and everything else. And I got to see that my 302 and 301 or 303 and 302 are recorded. I'm very happy.
Nice. Nice. Soon to be 301, right? Questions on this? Guys, always remember, the real estate commission doesn't get involved with matters of money. The real estate commission isn't going to regulate how your firm pays you, what your commission split is, any of that good stuff. If you are unhappy with your commission split, if you are unhappy with the commission that your firm collects or that they give you, don't call the real estate commission. They can't do anything for you. Don't call NCAR, don't call your local board of realtors. If you're not happy with your firm split, find a new firm. Pretty simple, right? Always encourage you newbies to shop around, talk to a couple different firms. All firms are different. They all offer different compensation. And I know you guys, we tend to want to go after the firms with the higher splits. I mean, there are firms out there that offer you 100%. They'll deduct a transaction fee, but then they'll give you the rest. But if they're giving you 100% minus a transaction fee, are they paying for your yard signs? Are they paying for your lock boxes? Are they paying for your dot loop account? These are questions you need to ask. Now, if you're on a 70-30 split, for example, what are you getting for that 70 split? You guys see what I'm saying? Kind of do that side-by-side comparison. If you ever decide to move, change firms, shop around. It's worth shopping around to see what else is out there, what else is available. There's only one time that the real estate commission can fine a licensee. Anybody remember that one time?
Timeshare?
Timeshare developers. The only time the commission can fine a licensee is if they're a timeshare developer. All right, Fred, bonus question. What's the fine?
Either 5 or 10,000?
Woo, 500. They'd be banking money with that one. So they say they can fine that timeshare developer up to $500 per violation. Just a fun fact for you. Timeshare developers. All right, what about you guys as provisional brokers? What if you guys leave the firm? Well, understand, if your license is active right now, the only reason why your license is active is because you're affiliated with a firm. So I think we decided most of you are active. What happens if you leave the firm you're with right now as a provisional broker? You go back inactive, don't you? As a provisional broker, to have an active license, you've got to be affiliated. So if you change firms as a provisional broker, that's fine, but you're going to be inactive, and it might just be like a millisecond, right? It might just be long enough to switch you from this firm to that firm if you have that all planned out. But if you march out of the office tomorrow and say, that's it, I quit, your license will be inactive until you find a new firm to affiliate with. So now the question is, if a provisional broker leaves the company or their license goes inactive or expired, can they be paid? Technically, commission rule says that the provisional broker can only be paid by their supervising broker. So if the provisional broker leaves the company, wasn't their former BIC supervising them in that transaction? So as long as they were being supervised in that transaction and the firm policy allows it, the provisional broker may be able to be paid either directly if they go inactive or by the new company. So they can still be paid for that transaction, but they can't brokerage it anymore, the old firm, because they can't be dual affiliated. When you're no longer affiliated, you can't have any business with that firm anymore. So if you're, again, if you go inactive, you brokerage most of the deal, you stop when you leave, they can either pay you directly if you're inactive, or they can pay your new company for your new company to pay you. Questions on that? Let's take our last break. So we'll come back at 8:34 and wrap it up.
Oh, well, 6 more hours.
Sounds like you're in counting.
I honestly want to be done with it. I mean, one of the things, like I said before, I missed a referral because I'm provisional. So that cost me who knows what. And I don't want to hear that anymore. You know what I mean? I just want to get it done and get it behind me and be able to say, yep, full broker. Here we
There
go.
you go. There you go. Moving on forward, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've had a fun road so far, learning stuff. And
And you'll continue to learn. It never, ever, ever ends.
as far as brokerages and the shystiness, even on, from one that was a friend. I mean, somebody I'd known for a year and a half. That's where I went because I was comfortable with a friend, and then when I saw the ICA, like nobody ever talked about commissions. I saw the ICA and I saw the splits and the way it came down, I was like, what? You're coming out with 20% in your pocket? I said, that's not right. So
Right.
I had a little discussion with her. I gave it some thought. And then I said, I'll see you later. Moved on.
Yeah. And you guys can still be friends, you know? I've learned, I mean, I've seen a lot of agents come and go. I mean, that's one thing. Don't get too attached to your peers because they may not. Agents are known for some agents are known for firm hopping. And I mean, that's fine. We're independent contractors, but we can still remain friends, So
The bottom line for anybody and everybody, always do what's best for you. And if you're not comfortable getting $20 an hour and doing $100 an hour worth of work, go somewhere else. I mean,
Yeah.
And that's what I had to do. So,
because, like we just said, you're an independent contractor. So at the end of the day, who do you work for?
I mean,
You work for you. So if you come home from work tonight complaining about your boss, I'm just saying.
yeah, if my boss is making me work $100 an hour and then come home with $20 in my pocket, I'm not gonna be happy with my boss. So,
You need to do something about that, don't you? Yep, absolutely. So,
yeah. All right, go mute.
all right, we're back. Looks like we're back. So provisional broker leaves, their license goes inactive or expired. Can they still get paid? It depends on the firm's policy. The commission will allow it. That's what we need to understand. The commission will allow it. And up to the firm's policy. We've already addressed this just in our discussion. So if you leave the company with a pending transaction, are you going to get paid? Well, the answer is it depends. Provisional brokers, you got to leave it behind. Can you still get paid? That depends on the firm's policy. Full brokers, they may, again, require you to be duly affiliated. Some firms may say, if a full broker, you got to leave it behind. Some firms may say, yeah, you can still work it, or we'll still pay you. Again, you guys, they're all different. But I like the dual affiliation thing because it keeps the broker and the old firm still together on that transaction until it's closed. And as soon as it's closed, you can drop that affiliation and just go with your new firm. Speaking of, changing firms and firm hopping, I mean, I've heard numerous of agents over the years that want to leave, but they can't take their pendings with them. So it's like at some point when you reach that point, you may have to make the decision. Do you leave that transaction behind and never look back? Or do you keep saying, because hopefully you're feeding that pipeline and doing new transactions, right? So, I mean, at some point, something's got to give. And that, I mean, just comes down to you, bottom line, that independent contractor. So it's a lot to think about, you guys.
That's why I'm glad I figured this out now before I had anything on the books.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, the last little piece of this other is licensing and education. So this primarily comes from the most recent general update. You're almost going to have some kind of licensing and education reminder in your CE. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I have never let's see if I got my license in 08. So I have never in my years of being a licensee attended a CE class where they got through everything. There's always more material than what they have time for. I don't know if it's designed that way or what, but in some CE instructors will tell you to read the last section about licensing and education. Occasionally they do get a chance to get to it though. I think a lot of that just comes to the commission tells CE instructors about what's the most important thing to cover. What's the most important thing that you make sure that so they kind of help them place their priorities. But a lot of times this licensing and education status is put in the end, unless we've had a lot of issues with it this year, or they've had a lot of issues with it this year, then they may make it a priority for next year's CE. So let's talk about your license status. Your license status can be one of two categories. It can either be current or it can be expired. Why is your license current? How do you maintain a current license? What's the difference in current and expired?
Current, you pay and you get your CE.
There it is. To keep your license current, you have to pay the fee. A current license has nothing to do with education. So that last part, Fred, I didn't hear that until, no, sorry. That last part about CE
Okay.
has nothing to do with a current license. Your current license has everything to do with paying the fee. So let's understand. The Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year, which means their year is July 1st to June 30th. They don't operate on a normal calendar year like you and I do. Physical year is July 1st to June 30th. May 15th to June 30th, every single year, is the renewal period. It is during this time, May 15th to June 30th, that we have to renew our license. And
Isn't
we
it,
renew our licenses by
Is-
paying a fee. Yeah,
isn't it technically until June 10th?
that's CE. I'm talking about the renewal period. See,
I just have the 10th in my brain to have everything done by, that's all.
forget about CE and education for a second. A current license has nothing to do with education. Okay, are you with me now? Come back to me. Okay, so a current license has nothing to do with education. As a matter of fact, when you guys see the word current, it might be helpful if you see currency. Can you see that? Can you twist that just a bit and see currency? And when you pay that renewal fee between May 15th and June 30th, your license is current. Failure to pay the renewal fee by 11:59 p.m. on June 30th means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. I have everybody so far. So step one, pay the fee. We have 45 days to pay the fee. Last year and the last however many years, I cannot remember, it's been that long, the renewal fee has been $45. So we can remember we got 45 days to pay $45 until they change that, which they have the power to do. So y'all can't call me and say, you said $45. Right now, it's $45. I hadn't seen it yet for this year, obviously. So you pay the fee to have a current license. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. Everybody good so far? Current versus expired. Can you practice on an expired license? Can you brokerage deals and transactions? Can you hand out a business card on an expired license? No. So if you want to keep going, unless you brokerage most of the deal and you quit on July 1st, you're not going to be able to continue or to get paid. Current licenses can be one of two things. So step one, pay the fee. Current licenses can be one of two things. One thing a current license can be is active. An active license means you're current, which means you pay the fee. And it also means you're up to date on your education. For you provisional brokers, you're within your, we'll talk about PBs in a second, but you're within your 18 months of post-licensing. I get asked a lot, especially by pre-licensing students. What happens if I don't do post-licensing in 18 months? If you don't do it in 18 months, your active license will go inactive until you finish it. If you're already inactive, there's nothing else they can do to you, right? But if you're 18 months, if you're active, imagine being in the throes of a transaction. Your license goes inactive. Again, if you brokerage most of the deal, all we have to do every year, you guys, to maintain an active license is pay the fee and do CE. That's all we have to do. We'll talk about CE in just a second. Failure to do CE means your license is current, but it's not active. So a current license can be one of two things. It can be active or it can be inactive. An inactive license is current, which means you paid the fee. But it's inactive. I'm going to come back to this real quick, but I just want this while I'm saying it. It's inactive because you're a provisional broker without a BIC. You fail to complete CE on time, or by choice. You may come across a fork in the road of life where you think you're done with real estate. Maybe you're going to start a family. Maybe you need to care for an elderly parent. Maybe another job opportunity came up. I've heard so many reasons why real estate might take a back seat for a while. And you may choose to ride on an inactive license. You could ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. All you have to do is send that fee in every year. Send the fee in, 45 bucks. If you're going to be inactive, why would you send the fee in? I'll talk about that in just a second. So you're a provisional broker without a BIC, you don't do CE on time, or by choice, you think you're done with real estate. Again, on an inactive license, you can't engage in activities. You can't receive referral fees. You can't advertise or promote your services. You cannot hand out a business card unless your license is active. So inactive is current, you paid the fee, but it's inactive because you don't have a BIC, you failed to complete CE, or by choice. If your license is expired, we all expire on June 30th unless we renew. We renew by paying the fee. By the way, they will let you know that it's renewal time. You'll get emails. It'll be all over the homepage of the Real Estate Commission's website. Your BIC will remind you about 17 times to pay that fee. You're not paying the fee because you don't remember it's the renewal period. As long as you're paying attention to what's going on around you, you know it's time to pay the fee. Just go ahead and do it on May 15th. Get it done and over with so you don't have to worry about it. If you don't pay that fee by June 30th, 11:59 p.m., again on your online account through ncrec.gov, the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. So now the question comes in, how do we reinstate an expired license? I don't care about education. Is everybody hearing me? Now you've done 20 CEs this year. Doesn't matter. You're expired because you failed to pay the fee. So how do we reinstate an expired license? Well, if you're expired for 6 months, you wake up on July 2nd and you go, I forgot to pay the fee. Are you kidding me? So you pay the $45 fee. You pay a $45 reinstatement fee. You submit your, I just lost it. Submission form, submit your submission form, something like that. Yeah. You submit your form to the commission to reactivate you, and poof, you're active again. Assuming you did your CE. That's assuming you did your CE. If you're expired for more than 6 months and up to 2 years, you pay the $45 renewal fee, you pay the $45 reinstatement fee. And you got to come back and take one post licensing class of your choosing. You can choose which one you do, 301, 302, 303. Which one did you like the best? You got to pass that test. Or if you don't want to come back and take a post licensing, your other option would be go back to PSI Testing Center and take that state exam again. How's that post licensing class sounding now? Look at some of y'all looking at me, right? Right. We've been to PSI once. We don't want to go back, right? So you do have a choice, to be fair. You do have a choice. So
You have a couple of choices. Don't let it happen.
so you're expired more than 6 months and up to a year, pay the fee, reinstatement fee, take a post, or go back to PSI Testing Center. Who knows what happens if your license is expired for more than 2 years? What happens?
Got to go back through the whole gamut again and come back in as a provisional.
You have to start all over. Does that just hurt you guys a little bit? That always hurts me a little bit when I say that. And I know you guys are fresh from pre-licensing, but as somebody that took pre-licensing 15 years ago, that hurts a little bit, you know? So let's go back to the riding for the rest of your life on an inactive license. Why would you choose to pay that $45 every year? You never know when you're going to come back to real estate. And if you let that license expired and then you come back to real estate and it's been more than 2 years, guys, the last in-person class I taught, pre-licensing class I taught, I had two that were there because their license had expired. And they woke up and said, I think I want to give this real estate thing a try again. And they called the commission and they said, what do we do? And next thing you know, they were sitting in my class. So I can't really answer that question for you guys. That's up for you guys to decide, but it's something for you to think about. If you think you're done with real estate, please think long and hard about it and make sure that you're like really, really done.
Well, you got to think about, just to keep it there in limbo, even $45 a year is a heck of a lot cheaper than however much you're going to spend for pre-licensing and background checks and post-licensing and everything else all over again.
I mean, just for the pre-licensing class, that's 10 years, you know? So, and like you said, that doesn't include background checks and application fees and PSI Testing Center fees. I mean, that stuff adds up pretty quickly, right? Plus, as you said, you come back in as a provisional broker. So tack on the fees of the 3 post-licensing classes as well. So before you refuse to set, I'm not giving them $45. Before you refuse to do that, pick up the calculators, Michael's suggestion, and figuring out how many years are you paying that $45 before you have to go, you know. So that's my recommendation. I think, of course, you guys make your own. I've actually heard instructors say that their family members have strict instructions that if they're ever put on life support, they are to pay that renewal fee if it happens between May 15th and June 30th, yeah, just for the chance. It's like that, you guys. The thinking is, the reasoning here is, if you've missed more than 2, if you're expired, you've missed education. And if you've missed more than 2 years, I mean, there's a lot that changes in real estate. Some years are more dramatic than others, but there's still a lot of changes that happen in real estate. Questions on this? Expired versus current. I need to make sure everybody's good with that. Current means what?
Payment, you're up to date.
You have shown them the money. Expired means you haven't. Current license can be active or inactive. By the way, if you're inactive, you can still do CE. You can take CE on an inactive license. If you think you're gonna reinstate your inactive license, you may want to do CE like every other year. Because if you are 2 years with a CE deficiency and then you want to activate again, they're going to make you take like 3 or 4 extra electives. And if it's more than, I think if it's more than 2 years with a CE deficiency, in addition to this year's CE, they also make you come back and take 2 post-licensing. Again, 2 of your choosing. So on an inactive, if you're going to be inactive for the next 10 years, take CE like every other year, you know, so you have that less than 2-year deficiency.
Yeah.
Michael really doesn't want to come back for your post. What about you, Fred?
No.
Okay,
I mean, no offense to present company, but no.
I get it. Fred, did you have a question?
No.
Just want to make sure. We good on this? License statuses. All right, let's talk about you guys. I call you guys my brokers with training wheels. Y'all can ride your bikes, you just can't ride your bikes with training wheels yet. Got ready to knock those training wheels off, aren't you? I said yet. So your training wheels are your bit, yes? So provisional brokers, I think we're good on this. You got to complete 90 hours, break it down into 3 30-hour classes, 301, 302, 303. Don't have to take them in any kind of order. Just make sure you get them in and pass the exams within 18 months. Completing the post-licensing class, and completion of the post-licensing class includes passing the test. Tests. And as we know, you guys, if you want to be active, you have to be under the supervision of a broker in charge. Do you know, when did this change? Maybe 5 years ago. I need to look that date up. But it wasn't too terribly long ago. They used to give you 3 years to complete post-licensing. And the requirement was you had to, at a minimum, do 1 a year. So you had to at least do 1 your first year, 1 your second year, and 1 your third year. You could do all 3, you know, in your first 6 months if you wanted to, but that was the minimum. The problem was,
I think that was in 20, sorry. I think that was in 20.
was that 20? So 3 years, you're well off in your career, aren't you? You're busy running around working with buyers and sellers, and post-licensing in your mind is so far behind you. And what was happening was a lot of you guys were forgetting about it until you got that little card in the mail from the commission saying your license is inactive because you didn't complete post-licensing. So it was a rule change a couple years ago. I don't know, time gets away from me, but it was a rule change a couple years ago. And now they said 18 months. There's still a lot of people out there that said, why give them that long? Make it a year. But I guess 18 months was the halfway point, right? 3 years is too long, so let's cut that in half. Just a fun fact for you.
And then depending upon the brokerage you're associated with or affiliated with, excuse me, they have their own policies as to when you're supposed to have it done.
Isn't that the truth? So they can, you know, some of them may want you to knock it out as fast as you possibly can. Michael, I think with your experience, they said, we're not going to let you do anything. So guys, remember, as provisional brokers, you're a huge liability to your broker in charge. I mean, a huge liability. As a provisional broker, if you get yourself in trouble with the real estate commission, you will take your bit down with you. If a full broker gets in trouble with the commission, they may take their bit down. It just depends. But as a provisional broker, you make one mess up, your bit's going down with you. You guys are a big liability to your BIC. Go out and hug your BICs tomorrow. Tell them thank you for, no. Tell them thank you for taking you. Fist bump. Can you fist bump your BIC and tell them to thank you for taking them on? All right, let's talk about CE. Good news for you guys. You know, you don't have to do CE your first renewal period. So think about the date you got your license. If you don't remember that date, look on your license. There's a date on your license. Whenever you got your license, the first time you hit June 10th, you don't have to do CE. Everybody with me? So if you're recently licensed, how many of you have hit June 10th so far? Yep, I think Andrew's talking about. So the rest of you, you don't have to do CE this renewal period. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. So you get your first year off. Next year, you got to do CE. By the way, always pay the fee. Do I have to pay the fee my first year? Yes. When in doubt, pay the fee. So you're going to pay the fee your first year, all of you, on May 15th, but you won't have to do CE this year. We only have to do 8 hours of CE a year. 8 hours out of the year. This is not horrible, you guys. Do we know some other licensing boards? I mean, some of their CE requirements are just crazy. So ours, 8 hours, that's pretty reasonable. Our 8 hours CE consists of some type of update course. If you are a provisional broker or a full broker, you're going to do the Gen Up. If you are BIC eligible or the designated broker in charge, you're going to do the BIC Up. Make sure you do your appropriate update course. If you're a full broker and you take the BIC Up, you're not going to get credit for it. If you're a broker in charge and you do the Gen Up, you're not going to get credit for it. So just make sure you're taking the proper update course. The update course is the commission's opportunity to get the same information out to all of us across the state. Any updates, common complaints or calls they got the year before would be a good candidate for a CE topic. So the update course, last I looked, there was like 109,000 active licensees in the state of North Carolina. And the commission gets one shot, 4 hours a year, to deliver us this content, this information. Your other CE class is a 4-hour elective, and this is a topic of your choosing. The elective tends to be a lot more flexible, obviously, but with the elective, if it's something that you're interested in learning more about, if it's your niche, maybe you're going into property management or commercial, or you want to learn about green housing, there's, an elective courses that you can take. As long as it's an approved elective, then you'll get that 4-hour credit. I'm going to venture out and say this. This might be a pretty bold statement, but there are so many elective topics. I feel fairly comfortable saying, name a topic, think of a topic, and there very likely is an elective on it. So it really is something that you want to do. Go to the commission's website and click on education. And under the education tab is the CE section. And then you can search CE electives from any school provider across the state. So you can go look at the various topics, look at what's available, and see about taking your elective. So to maintain an active license, pay $45 renewal fee and do 8 hours of CE. This isn't terrible. It's a lot harder to get your license than it is to maintain them. Can we all agree with that? Absolutely. All right. Everybody should know this. What's our deadline for completing CE every single year?
June 10th.
June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. Guys, don't let this date get away from you. Here's the deal with CE. The Real Estate Commission doesn't allow any school provider, educator provider to offer CE from June 11th to June 30th. It's a blackout period. We're not allowed to offer CE after June 10th. The reason being is because, remember I just said there's like 109,000 active or licensees across the state. The commission's trying to process us all at once. All of our renewal fees, all of our CE credit. They need time to make sure they get ready, close the books for this year on June 30th, so they can start a new year on July 1st. So they have to cut it off at some point, and the date, I don't know why they picked this date, but the date is June 10th. I would not recommend waiting until June 10th or June 9th to take your CE. I call you my daredevils, and CE class on June 10th is sold out. There's one reason why you may not want to wait. We call it CE season, end of May, 1st of June, because a lot of people are scrambling to get their CE in. But let's say you do wait till June 10th and you do get a seat and you're taking it online and you wake up the morning of June 10th and your internet's down. You think you can call the commission and say, my internet's not down, I couldn't do CE.
You better go to Starbucks.
Fred's sitting in the park. There you go, Fred. That's what you need to do, is get creative, right? What if you're going to go in person and you wake up the morning of June 10th and you have a flat tire? There's so many things that can go wrong on June 10th, you guys. Please don't wait. Kind of circling back to where we started this class today, isn't it? We said wintertime, November, December, January just tends to be a slower time. Why not do your CE then? Get it done. That way you have it behind you before the spring market. You have the current material, the current information before the spring market hits, and you don't have to worry about it.
Quick thing. Last year when I was taking your pre-licensing, I was moving from my apartment to Charlotte to townhouse. I purchased it in the middle of class. And so when I got here, took a long time for them to get the internet on. So when I had to be down here, I would go to Starbucks and sit in Starbucks for 4 hours that day when we had class. I've been to McDonald's, and I don't know if you remember, but there was times I literally sat outside. So you seen trees behind me, and I was at McDonald's sitting in the outside chairs in my class. So
you do what you got to do. Isn't that right, Fred? You do what you got to do, and you knew, and that's what you wanted. Good for you. I had a guy in my last class. He was in McDonald's, and I don't know. But yeah, absolutely, you guys. They may grant an extension for CE if you can prove a hardship. And let's all understand, a hardship is not, I got busy and I forgot. That's not a hardship. A hardship is active military deployment or major medical issues. Interestingly enough, the pandemic, they ruled it a hardship. They granted an extension in 2020 for CE. I was shocked, statewide, and provisional brokers. They extended your 18 months. So they were working with us. They absolutely were working with us. 2020 CE was extended, but you still had to pay the fee. Always pay the fee. When in doubt, send them money. If they have too much, they'll get it back to you eventually. Questions on CE? All right. Let's walk through a little scenario together. Let's talk about Melanie. So Melanie is a provisional broker. She completes her required 8 hours of CE on April 22nd, but Melanie doesn't pay the fee. Oh, Melanie. So she doesn't renew by June 30th. As of July 1st, what is Melanie's license status? You tell me in the chat. Thank you guys, already coming in. I don't even have to ask anymore. You guys know. Just put it in the chat, she says.
And I have one question once you get done with this.
Sure, of course. Are we all in? No, okay, gotcha. Thank you. So what's the status? She does her education, yay, Melanie, but she doesn't pay the fee. So the stroke of midnight on July 1st, her license is expired. It has nothing to do with education. It has everything to do with that fee. On July 1st, can Melanie continue working with clients and customers? You can do your head one way or another. Can she continue? Nope. Game over, huh? Melanie is done. Let's say Melanie does complete her CE and she pays a renewal fee. She's doing good. However, her BIC, as a provisional broker, her BIC fails to renew his license. Oh, for goodness sakes, Melanie's BIC. Can Melanie continue working in general brokerage under that BIC, under that firm?
She's provisional?
Yeah. Melanie's a provisional broker. That BIC messed her up. So when your BIC, especially you guys as provisional brokers, when your BIC looks at you and says, did you pay your renewal fee? Did you do your CE? You need to look back at your BIC and say, I did you? Because if they lose their license, if their license goes inactive or expired, yours will be inactive too, until the firm can get a new BIC into place. Everybody with me? The firm has a license that they have to renew every year as well. But the BIC has to renew and pay their, you cannot be under the supervision of a BIC with an inactive or an expired license. So let's just make sure everybody pays the fee. Now, Melanie can, you know, like I said, maybe because especially some of these bigger firms, there's a lot of brokers out there that go BIC eligible, get their BIC eligibility, and they never intend, or they don't think they're going to intend to be the designated BIC, but they go through that first process to be BIC eligible. From the standpoint of a firm, it's not a bad idea to have a couple BIC eligibles laying around in case something happens to your designated BIC. You can get somebody in there super quick so the show can keep going until you find a replacement. I mean, this was kind of a mean case about the BIC failing to renew their license, but what if the BIC gets seriously sick, or what if they, you know, pass away, or what if they, you know, skip town in the middle of the night, right? I mean, lots of things can happen to the BIC. So from the perspective of the firm, it's not a bad idea to have a few BIC eligibles laying around. So if you need one real quick to keep the show going. So Fred, you had a question or comment.
So you take your pre-licensing and then you do all your posts. You're
Mhm.
still not associated with a firm yet, but once you complete your posts, your license can go active at that point, correct?
Yes,
You
but
just
it
can't
doesn't,
work and you're limited because obviously you're not under a BIC, but it'll go active. And so, okay, that's
it just know that doesn't happen automatically. So you need to submit the activation form, right? So if you're inactive and then you finish your post, it's not an automatic process. So there's a activation form to activate your license, which usually your BIC does when you affiliate with a firm. But since you're not affiliated, then you would need to do that. And then because you're, you know, new, remember there's like, to be BIC eligible, you have to have at least 2 years experience and you got to take the BIC up, you know, so you're not doing much at this point because you just don't have the field experience. But at least you're an active broker until you affiliate. You know, as a full broker, if my BIC fails to renew his license, I'm okay. I could come home and work. You know, I can move my license at home and work as a full broker. It's just that PB that you guys want to make sure your BIC's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you. Good question. Did you guys know, it's so funny you asked that. The Real Estate Commission has created a new closed Facebook group. Did you guys get that email? Came out just like a couple weeks ago. So go to the commission's website or go to Facebook and you can find it and join. And of course, you got to verify that you're a licensee. But Fred, it's amazing that you asked that question because that just came out like a couple days ago. So obviously, and I think it came out because I think that's a really good question that, you know, many people aren't aware of. Find some of those closed Facebook groups, you guys. There's some good information. And we got one here in the Triad, and the creator of it doesn't allow us to post listings, open houses. She's like, whatever, we can find that in open house in MLS. You know, so what we're doing is sharing, or what they're doing. I'm an observer, but what they're doing is just sharing tips and tricks and what can we do to help each other. So utilize social media, absolutely. Anything else? Questions, comments? There we go. Form 2.08 is your submission form, your activation form. So you go to the commission's website, they got a section called forms. If you're ever looking for a form from the commission, like activation forms, submission forms, you can search for your forms. And they talk about these forms activating and all that in 303 as well. Okay. All right, private chat, A, B, C, or D. All right, so North Carolina real estate license must be renewed no later than every June 30th. The deadline to do CE is June 10th. The deadline to renew is June 30th. Michael, you were actually right on point a little earlier ago where you said you just know you have June 10th in your mind. You don't remember. All you know is they both got to be done by June 10th. I don't think that's a terrible philosophy. That gives you a couple extra day wiggle room to renew your fee. You know, you're done with CE, you know, like I said,
That's just a hard stop in my brain, June 10th. Everything's done by then and I'm good to go.
you know, my BIC will drive us nuts. Did you pay your fee? 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 Did you pay? Yes, I did. They just want to make sure. All right, here's another one. A, B, C, or D. So a licensee receives her license on January 20th, 2021. She must complete post-licensing, 18 months to do post. I know these dates can get jumbled. So here's the thing about post-licensing. You guys all have a different anniversary date. I just ventured out there, but I would be shocked if any of you got your license on the same day. I know it can happen, but I think for the most part, you guys have a different anniversary date. So just keep track of that date. Again, if you don't remember, it's on your license. All you gotta do is look at your license and there's a date on there. Then figure out how many 18 months is. And guys, they'll remind you it's time to renew. They'll remind you to do CE. They are not going to call you and say, Julie, it's been 15 months. Don't forget to do your post licensing. That's a date that you guys need to keep up with. A, B, C, or D. North Carolina real estate broker's license expires. Good job if they don't pay the fee. June 10th CE, June 30th fee, 18 months for post licensing. Questions? Comments? Okay. That's all I got. We got through it. So it means we get a couple extra minutes tonight. Woo! All right, what's tomorrow look like? We're going over our homework assignments. We turn in our homework assignments somewhere between now and 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, good. So we're gonna go over those homework assignments. I will have those by the time class starts. After that, we'll do an exam review. I got a couple exam rules and expectations just to go over with you guys, make sure we're all on the same page, not near as intense as pre-licensing. But I do need to, make sure that we're not cheating or anything like that. So we'll go over a few rules and expectations. Sure. The other thing tomorrow, the other thing about the test tomorrow. So yeah, exam review, rules and expectations. The other thing about the test, and you guys are really good, but just so I can say that, make sure you're in a distraction-free zone tomorrow, please. If you need to, find a place where, nobody's bothering you or talking to you, so you can devote time for this test. That's all I ask for you guys for the test. And then we'll talk about like why you shouldn't cheat and all that good stuff tomorrow in our rules and expectations. And then we'll be done. How's all this sound?
How many questions are on the test?
40? I think 40. Yep. You get an hour, which means you got to move. You guys can't, lollygag around. So let me just remind you really quick. How many of you have taken an exam with Carolina School of Real Estate before? Most of you? Okay. I just want to make sure if you're new to Carolina School of Real Estate, if you haven't taken an exam with us before and class marker is new to you, this is in the email from you guys got from Lane that you get the Zoom link to access this call every time. So if you're not familiar with class marker, please watch the tutorial because it kind of walks you through how it looks and what you can expect. And even if it's been a while since you've done a class marker, please look at the tutorial. I think that'll take away some of the guesswork for the exam. So that's in the email. Again, this is the email you guys got from Lane that you use to access this class. Is that it? All right. Y'all have a good night. 4:30 tomorrow, guys. We get started on time. We can get done on time. We get done a little bit early. Get you guys out of here, get that post-licensing credit, put it behind you, move on, and never, ever, ever look back because you're going to keep your license active, or at least you're going to keep it inactive and do CE every other year. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. All right. Y'all have a good evening. What's left of it. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Good night.